G'day, mate. 40 here. So Gus Walz is the 17-year-old learning disabled son of the Democrats' vice presidential nominee, Tim Walz. And Gus Walz had a particularly intense reaction to his father that drew quite a bit of comment. And I think there's a lot to discuss. But let me play, first of all, the 17-second excerpt of Gus Walz seeming to repeatedly yell, "That's my father."
Because this is a big part of the world, and I love you.
All right, there's Gus Walz reacting. Thanks. That's my dad. That's my dad.
On how we started a family, because this is a big part of the world.
Okay, incredibly intense reaction there by Gus Walz. And the normal, natural thing to do is to react. All right, if you're the type of person who's constantly sharing your thoughts with everyone about everything that you're seeing on TV, then you're going to show and describe and talk about this over-the-top Gus Walz reaction. So the casual way to respond, if you're an outgoing person who wants to share your thoughts with the world, is to go, wow, that's interesting, that's intense. If people have intense reactions, or they are speaking, acting, or dressing in a provocative way, right, you're likely to respond to that. So the casual thing to do is to respond and go, wow, that was an over-the-top reaction, or that was a beautiful reaction, or that was a weird reaction. All right, the casual response is to react. But the reflexive response, all right, which is where you're monitoring your own behavior, is to be very careful and to not say anything because you're dealing with a politician's child. And the reflexive, careful, considered response, all right, is to stay silent until you figure out what is the socially acceptable thing to do in this sort of reaction. So that's the Buffett identity, all right? That's where we stand outside of ourselves, where we use our rationality, our judgment, social cues to figure out what's the appropriate way to respond. So the more prestigious your position in society, the more incentivized you are to provide the more careful, the more considered, the more disciplined, the more reflexive a response whenever there's a question about what's socially appropriate. And I've gone through my life way too often using the inappropriate response. And then about a year ago, I finally got diagnosed with ADHD. And once I got on ADHD medication, then a lot of these problems went away for me. I just have to take a pill, just have to take adderall, and it's a lot easier for me to figure out a lot easier to figure out what's an appropriate response. So there are advantages to the casual reaction, to just saying what's on your mind, and there are advantages to the more considered, disciplined, reflexive reaction, right? And the more prestigious your position in society, the more you have to lose by saying the wrong thing here. So I consider it the moral ideal that you do not react publicly to Gus by saying, what a retard, or what a spaz, right? But I recognize for millions of people who watch that clip, that would be their instinctive casual reaction. So it takes restraint if you're the type of person who's already posting and sharing on social media your every stray thought, right, to not publicly comment on this emotional display by Gus Walz. And I do believe in the moral ideal to not pick on children, to not pick on the children of politicians, to not pick on the disabled, certainly not publicly. So Gus is 17. He's not a child, but he's not legally an adult, right? Ideally, we do not pick on the children of politicians. I think that's an awesome ideal. That is the civil thing to do. But when we do the civil thing, we're also losing out on the casual, truthful, natural reaction, right? The natural human reaction is to have a response to Gus Walz's extreme reaction to his dad, right? The casual thing is to say something about Gus's response. But the disciplined, reflexive thing is to speak with great care about members of a protected class, such as children. Similarly, when Joe Biden seems senile or Kamala Harris seems drunk, the natural thing is to describe what you think you see, while the civil thing is to stay silent until you learn the socially appropriate response. So I love civility and I love truth. And these two values are often in conflict. In fact, almost all values operate in a constellation where they're constantly competing with each other. So sometimes, to me, truth is more important. In some situations, truth is more important. Other situations, civility is more important. Stand-up comics, bloggers, live streamers, much of their appeal is that they get to say natural reactions that a more considered reflexive response would not dare to utter. So I would like a wider Overton window. I would like a wider window for what we can say. If politicians display their spouse and their kids, right, they are using them in part as props for their own political advantage, then they are deliberately putting their family in front and make them more likely to be the subject of criticism or critique or vitriol. All right, I'm the son of a famous preacher in the small world of Seventh-day Adventism, and I've often milked those advantages in often shameful ways. For example, for months and months, I would show up uninvited to my dad's workplace to get regular paid work until I was fired because I was not a particularly good worker. So I've often tried to milk my father's fame. I sold a newsletter when I was in my teens where I promised subscribers the latest on what was going on in the Ford family. So much of what I did was shameful, the way I tried to milk my father's fame. I remember my father was put on trial at the Glacier View conference in 1980 outside of Denver, Colorado, by the Seventh-day Adventist Church for his heretical theological views. And one day, the head of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, so the Seventh-day Adventist Church is hierarchical. Similarly, the Roman Catholic Church is hierarchical, while Judaism and many parts of Protestantism are congregational, right? Each congregation has its own independent leader, but Seventh-day Adventism has a general conference director, the equivalent of a pope, and the general conference director was a very savvy political player named Neil Wilson. And I remember the day I was sitting in on my father's trial, and Neil Wilson just dressed my dad down severely, and I was just frothing mad. And I was told by people close to me, we're embarrassed to bring you if you're going to react this emotionally, right? You should react rationally, all right? You should react reflexively. You should react with care. But I had not quite the intense emotional response of Gus Walz, but I was furious seeing my father dressed down and humiliated publicly. So I understand the reactions of Gus Walz here. Now, I put Gus Walz into Google News along with the word hate without quotation marks, and I noticed there are dozens of mainstream media articles condemning right-wing reactions to Gus Walz as hateful. Now, I think this is a bogus critique, right? Ideally, people don't criticize children, right? But the amount of restraint that this would take in this type of situation, if you're already a type of person who's just broadcasting his thoughts on a political convention, is tremendous. All right, there's a much discipline required to restrain yourself to immediately respond to some intense display like this. And there were many ugly criticisms of Gus Walz, and ideally that would not happen. But there is a loss when you reduce your spontaneity and your natural, casual reactions to things, right? So there is a significant price paid when you optimize civility over truth, right? So we would have been better off as a nation if we had practiced less civility with Joe Biden's long, frequent stretches of seeming senility. If we had used more casual, natural reactions to talk about Kamala Harris's behavior and to simply note that she sounds drunk, right? If indeed Kamala Harris has a drinking problem or a Xanax problem, right? The natural, casual reaction that she sounds drunk here, that she sounds like she might have a Xanax problem, if indeed she does, then that would be valuable for the Republic, all right? We really don't want to elect an alcoholic and someone with an addiction to benzodiazepines. So transmitting your raw reaction of what you see and what you feel, right? There are many upsides to that and downsides. And I think overall in public discussion, we have ratcheted too much towards civility and away from truth. So I've often commented over the past 7 weeks that elites, the mainstream media, and the university educated, by and large, were blinded to Joe Biden's obvious senility by their own speech codes, by their own inculcation of the discipline and reflexiveness of the Buffett identity. So one possible way of reconciling the competing values of civility and truth is to describe what you see without adding ridicule, right? Perhaps we can simply describe what seems like senility on the part of Joe Biden. Perhaps we can just describe that Kamala Harris seems drunk. Perhaps we can just describe Gus Waltz's intense outburst and perhaps skip the vitriol. But then this also comes with a loss of spontaneity and humanity. Right? If someone around you dresses, speaks, or acts provocatively, you have to reduce your humanity by inhibiting your natural reactions in staying silent. And often that's the good thing to do. I started using Podnotes, an app, to get these highly imperfect summaries and transcripts of my shows. And I noticed that I say the word right way too often. I usually cut out the phrase, you know, because that's said way too often. But I notice whenever I share a thought, I tend to finish it with right as a question mark. So one way of understanding what's going on here is a book came out in 1979 by intellectual Alvin Gouldner. The book's called The Future of Intellectuals and the Rise of the New Class, a frame of reference, theses, conjectures, arguments, and an historical perspective on the role of intellectuals and intelligentsia in the international class contest of the modern era. Wow, that is some title. The culture of the new class exacts still other costs, since its discourse emphasizes the importance of carefully edited speech. This has the vices of its virtues. In its virtuous aspect, self-editing implies a commendable circumspection, care, self-discipline, and seriousness. In its negative modality, self-editing disposes toward an unhealthy self-consciousness, toward stilted, convoluted speech, and inhibition of play, imagination, and passion, and continual pressure for expressive discipline. So the new rationality becomes the source of a new alienation. So calling for ever more degrees of watchfulness and self-discipline, CCD, the culture of critical discourse, produces intellectual reflexivity. Reflexive means that you're constantly monitoring yourself, and the loss of warmth and spontaneity. And this reflexivity stresses the importance of adjusting your action to standards of propriety, which are constantly evolving and changing. Therefore, a structured inflexibility comes when facing changing situations. There is a certain disregard of the difference in situations and an insistence on hewing to the required rule. So I've been blogging since July 3rd of 1997, and as a blogger without an editor, I often publish raw thoughts that normal people find socially unacceptable. And sometimes when I look back on things I've published, I wince, right? A lot of what I publish has been incredibly ugly, unnecessary, creepy. And then sometimes publishing your raw thoughts is the good thing to do. Sometimes it's beautiful and bold. So it's not as though raw reactions are inherently superior or inferior to thought through, considered, reflexive reactions, right? There's a price to pay with either type of reaction. So I grew up among Protestants who self-censor far more than Jews, right? I converted to Judaism at age 27. I love the easy way that Jews talk frankly about the natural passions for sex, honor, money, and the like, but I recognize that many non-Jews, particularly Protestants, find this shocking. So Middle Easterners in general tend to be far more expressive and emotionally intense than people from Northern Europe. So Jews often find people from Northern Europe fake, stilted, and weirdly self-controlled. All right, here is Megyn Kelly talking with Tucker Carlson.
The betting odds on who's going to win this election have swung 10 points to Donald Trump's favor. Let me give you the rundown. June 28th, post the disastrous debate for Biden, they show Trump up 33 points over Joe Biden. This is the betting odds. June 15th, after the attempted assassination, Trump up 48 points over Joe Biden. July 22nd, the day it became obvious Harris was going to be subbed in, Trump up 26, so he's starting to fall. August 16th, which was last Friday, Harris up 8.6, which had been a huge swing in her favor, reflecting what happened in the media and the coronation and her not speaking to anybody. And then in the past 6 weeks, been a huge swing in her Trump favor. Is now up 2, a 10-point swing in his favor, as she has dominated the airwaves and all the Democratic all-stars, Tucker, Michelle, Barack, Oprah, Tim Walz, Nancy, and the numbers are going like this, at least on the betting odds.
It's hard to understand the collective wisdom of markets.
So Mark Halperin says he puts no weight on these betting odds. And he didn't get into the reasons why he puts no weight on them. but I find that interesting. You may be wondering what's going on with Kenneth Brown, aka Deep Left Jokl.
For 2,000 hours is $5 an hour. Not asking for a lot here. I've been complaining about money from behind a paywall because it's generally shameful and embarrassing to complain about money. I thought, the paying subscribers are all my friends. They won't mind a bit of complaining. They might even enjoy it. This is the exact opposite of what I should have been doing. I should be complaining to the free people and giving the paying people a respite from my whining. Why do I do this? I'm not doing this for money. I can work a normal job like any other American and have more than enough to afford.
Right. He wants to devote himself entirely to writing and to developing a cult because he believes he is a genius and he is highly intelligent. And so I would put the odds at 95 to 5 or 20 to 1, right? Deep Left Jokl, aka Kenneth Brown, would be better off getting a job, right? It'd be better for him and for the world if he got a job and then wrote in his spare time. But I recognize the odds are perhaps 5% that he does have sufficient genius and innovative thoughts to offer that he is better off just devoting himself full-time to writing and scraping by.
Health insurance, a car loan, an apartment, and 2.5 vacations per year. I didn't start writing full-time on Substack because I wanted to make more money. On the contrary, I've lost tens of thousands of dollars by being anti-employed. I've refused to apply for any jobs. I've been fully focused, dedicated, and locked in. Secondly, I'm not doing this for popularity. If I wanted to be popular, I'd adopt one of two positions, edgy leftist, such as Hassan or Vaush, or edgy rightist, such as Fuentes or Tate. I could also just be entirely non-political and gain much more popularity than either one, such as Mr. Beast. I could cover e-drama or spend all my time on editing and graphic design.
So he does flash considerable insights at times, considerable self-awareness at times. Right? This is someone who does have skills to bring to the table. He does have something to offer, but it sounds like, to me, he's not living in reality. The showy 1980s style hair metal, right? It matters, right? The way we present ourselves to the world matters. It says something about us, and his desire to become a cult leader. It shows to me that there's probably a lot more danger, both to Ken and to people he influences, than likely good to come out of his current approach.
To cater to the lowest common denominator who crave bright colors and the melodious tones of Kevin MacLeod. I'm trying to network and grow my audience. In trying to network and grow my audience, I've hit a brick wall with leftists who think I'm a eugenicist, and also with rightists who think I'm a degenerate Jewish subversive. Part of this is because I enjoy being disagreeable, contrarian, and rubbing people the wrong way. I don't like being part of a crowd. This is ultimately a passion project. I do it because I enjoy it, not because it makes me popular or pays the bills. I hope someday it all pays off and a millionaire loves my writing so much that he grants me a cottage on his estate so I can live out the rest of my life as a court philosopher. I've run across a few of those people, but oftentimes they are looking for some sort of ROI that I can't give them. That said, I have decided to accept a job offer, if it is handed to me, and wrapped, with a red bow, and the carpet is rolled out for me, also red. Basically, if you shove money in my face, I am ready to work. This feels like a betrayal of my original project. I promised myself to remain unemployed as a form of motivation. If I had no source of income, then the pressure to succeed and perform would be that much greater. This is somewhat true. Earning $10 a day as a Substack writer really has put me under a great deal of artificial and unnecessary stress. Every time I go to the grocery store, I'm reminded that I haven't made it yet as a writer. In response, I've written a lot. I've written hundreds of thousands of words. The exact number will be behind the paywall. My hope was that if I publish hundreds of really long articles and just keep throwing stuff against the wall, my numbers would improve. I was hoping that as my efforts increase, and I work longer and longer hours, I would someday have a breakthrough where everyone would be begging me for interviews and throwing money at me. After 8 months of doing this full time, I have to concede that this hasn't happened. I first started to have serious doubts about the long-term viability of all of this, all the way back in January. It's been 7 months since then. Thoughts on my goal of $10,000? I have not made one bit of progress on this since.
So is Ken Brown connected to his family? Does he have close friends? Is he part of a community? You'd think if he had any of those, he would be much less likely to be engaged in this seemingly self-destructive and deluded path that he is on.
It's February.
Right. If he was in Orthodox Judaism or even a close-knit Christian church, right, he could not behave this way, right? His clergyman, right, his community would say, hey, Ken, there's something really wrong here. This is not aligned with Christ's teachings. You need to do an honest day's work. All right. He seems to be on his own, right? He seems out of touch with reality. What do you think? You think he is in close contact with family, friends, community? Do you think that he has a pastor or a priest who he respects? I can't imagine if he was closely connected to someone in the clergy that he would be able to behave and post this way.
This is partially because people who sign up keep canceling, so I remain at exactly the same 4K number I started with. I wonder what my cancel rate.
So Ken Brown has done a ton of content expressly to meet the needs of people, to meet their needs for edgy right-wing commentary, edgy left-wing commentary, to take personal shots at people. So he's been quite willing to give the audience what it wants, but he's not willing to devote himself to that, right? He wants to do what he wants to do, and he's trying to figure out a path forward. How much does he need to compromise for his audience versus being true to himself? And at such a young age, I guess he's, about 25, 26? Maybe he doesn't have particular clarity about who he is yet and what he really stands for. Maybe he's the empty shell, deeply needy for attention, right? He has the vibe of the rock star who could electrify a large audience, but is not really capable of taking care of himself.
Rate is. The people who have canceled recently said the reason was price. Really? Price? You can't afford $9? Seriously? No. It must be my annoying ideologies and attitudes that alienate people and drive them away. I need to develop an entirely new personality. From now on, all my articles must be filled with hope, love, and joy. This is the path to prosperity. Number 2. Do I have any realistic chance of achieving this goal in the next 5 months? Hard deadline.
So he seems lost, but he has an admirable amount of self-awareness and a considerable amount of learning and intelligence that he may very well pull himself out of this downward spiral. So why has Kamala Harris rocketed to the top of the polls? Because she did not have the widespread support of her party prior to her ascension over the past 6 weeks. And so I think this gets at something important, right? Why has Kamala suddenly become so successful? And that is, the situation has changed, right? When she was just a vice president, and she was a particularly inept vice president, very reminiscent of the lead character in the comedy Veep, which I've been rewatching as just a hilarious show. All right, she attracted contempt. Do you know another vice president who attracted considerable contempt? And that was Lyndon Baines Johnson. All right, people in the Kennedy White House just had considerable contempt for him. And Lyndon Baines Johnson, as a result, felt highly insecure. Then John F. Kennedy gets shot and killed. And we see a whole new Lyndon Baines Johnson, right? He became a completely different character when he took office. So one of my favorite Substacks is Fake News, Fake N-O-U-S. by a philosopher, Michael Huemer, and he has a guest post here from another philosopher, Iskra Faliver. And this philosopher makes the note, when circumstances change, so does our behavior, right? I behave differently in a church than I did on the playing fields. When I came to America at age 11, I quickly learned that the number one insult you give to another bloke is to call him the F word. And I used that for years, but I would use it less often in church, right? That wasn't an appropriate phrase to use in church in polite company. So when Dennis Prager walks into a room, right, he has so much charisma, so much presence that he exerts this force field around him. When I walk into a room, people either don't pay any attention or they feel so relaxed and at ease, they're very likely to come up and share a dirty joke with me. I remember once when Dennis Prager went to shul, I gave him a copy of this illicit movie I had made. And Dennis says, wow, in New York, when I go to shul, they give me a tallis, a prayer shawl. When I go to shul in Los Angeles, they give me a porno. So the most humorous comic is likely to appear subdued if he's put on trial. Right? A person who scores high in social anxiety may very well come across as relaxed and confident in the company of intimate friends. So Hillary Clinton, for example, has an entirely different style when she's among friends than when she speaks publicly. When she speaks publicly, she's highly self-conscious. Like Kamala Harris is still highly self-conscious. Tim Walz does not appear highly self-conscious. So he comes across much more casual and spontaneous. So the circumstances have changed around Kamala Harris. She's no longer primarily the vice president. She's now a candidate for president. So the old, inept Harris was vice president. And that job is to play second fiddle, to do no harm, and to make sure you do not draw attention away from the president. But now, Kamala Harris is the presidential nominee, and she is encouraged to remain in the spotlight and to go full throttle on the political highway. And people like winners. And there's probably a 50% chance that she will be the next president of the United States. We likely have an evolutionary biological reason to be favorably disposed to winners, men in particular. Young men in particular primarily orient upwards in status and tend to ignore those who are below them in status. There's an anecdote when Barack Obama was competing for the Democratic nomination with Hillary Clinton. A Clinton supporter said to me after the first primary, guess who won? I don't know, I answered. Was it Clinton? Barack Obama, he replied. And then he went on, and this victory makes him interesting. So Barack Obama was the same person before he began winning primaries, but something changed when he started to win, right? A new light was shining on him. So if you start consistently winning in your life, right, people will look at you and treat you differently, and you'll have a new type of energy, as opposed to when you have a series of embarrassing failures, all right, you'll feel less strong and more introverted. All right, when my life is going well, I become more extroverted and confident and strong. When my life is a string of humiliations, I become much more introverted. I want to talk to very few people about my humiliations, and I don't do nearly as many live streams. So a reason that I do so many live streams is that most of the time I'm a pretty happy, confident guy who feels strong. So when the light of victory shines on you, right, it changes you, and people want to see more of you. And so now that Kamala Harris has been rising in the polls, it creates a sort of halo effect around her. And then young people have created their own version of Kamala Harris, a version suited to their needs. It's usually notoriously difficult for middle-aged and older people to relate to younger people. And most of the things that politicians do to try to relate to younger people just backfire because they're so awkward. But for Kamala Harris, young people have rebranded her, right? They didn't just meet her halfway, they've walked the entire distance. So she's been declared brat, right? It means that she has summery vibes, that she's not prim and proper, she's a little messy, a little volatile, that she's comfortable and amused by her own messiness. And the Kamala is brat meme is something that the internet was craving. It was a boon to the Harris campaign, and many young people have run with it. So she's mixed race, which gives her a coolness factor in America. Right? She's not boring. I think much of the reason that advertising features people of color in disproportion to their share of the population, is that they're just more interesting, that they're more attention grabbing. Interracial couples are more interesting. They're much more attention grabbing. It's not just some deep, dark Jewish conspiracy to subvert the Anglo people. And Kamala Harris has been such a low-profile vice president that she has remained largely unknown until now. Right? She was a blank canvas, and this enables people to project onto her, almost whatever qualities they want to see. It's like when you fall in love for the first time, right? You're projecting onto your beloved all sorts of qualities that are probably not there. Robert Caro wrote a prestigious book that came out in 2012, The Passage of Power, The Years of Lyndon Johnson. So after John F. Kennedy was assassinated, Lyndon Baines Johnson's behavior dramatically changed. All right, he engaged less in casual conversation. Right, there was less lost motion. Right, her boss, this is his secretary, his boss was a changed man. Right, LBJ was a changed man. He was transformed. He looked completely different. Right, the movements of his body were different. Right, if you start winning, the movements of your body will be different too. Or if you start consistently losing, you will likely make yourself smaller and tighter. And when you start winning, you become freer and lighter, and you get more upward direction. You become buoyant. All right, so when LBJ was constantly feeling humiliation and ostracism, his movements were awkward, almost lunging, strides and flailing movements of his arms, right, because he was under so much tension. Now his stride was shorter, it was measured, his arms were staying by his sides, hardly moving at all. There was no flailing, only his head moved. So one of the keys to being an effective presenter is to not bob your head around, right? You want to keep your upward direction, and you don't want to be bobbing around on your head and your neck. It reduces your credibility. It makes you look silly. So as a loser, LBJ didn't appear to have much control of his body. But when he started winning, when he assumed the presidency, he seemed in complete control of his body, both his own physical body and the body politic. Not just his movements changed, but his voice changed, right? How you feel and the amount of tension that you have in your body and the amount of ease that you have in your movements is going to have a profound effect on your voice. Right? The more pressure you come under, the more strained and monotone your voice will become. So his voice used to be filled with impatience, used to be filled with rage, with anger. Right? Now his voice became level. Not so much monotone, but it wasn't so strained and wildly fluctuating, right? Even his voice came under control, seemed to exhibit an iron discipline. I've never seen him as controlled, as self-disciplined, as careful, and as moderate as he's been this week, said Bill Moyers. He's remained calm. He's careful to sort through his feelings and his reason and his thoughts. He's been good to work with. He used to thrash around and blow his top so often. Seemed like he had a clock inside him with an alarm that told him at least once an hour that it was time to go chew somebody out. But he hasn't lost his temper once since 2 p.m. last Friday. That was when you got the public announcement that JFK had been assassinated. So all these reporters and political insiders who had seen Lyndon Baines Johnson at his most insecure, his most flailing, his most cantankerous, right, just constantly erupting into tantrums. And now he's under the immense pressures of a new job. And as that pressure bore down on him, there were no tantrums initially, right? There was none of the cursing, none of the glass throwing, right? There was no crack in his calm. He had an aura of command, a sense of purpose, right? And the people around him were startled by the transformation. For the first time, they're using adjectives like direct, calm, deliberate, composed, sense of being collected, right? He was just handling things without pause. He was in studied command. And so why did LBJ change so dramatically? Because the situation around him changed. All right, here's a new book that I've started reading, How Woke Media is Undermining Democracy.
Yeah, I was doing a lot of reporting in the South during the Trump years, and what I found there really surprised me. I had been led to believe that I would go down to the South and find this bastion of racism. I had Trump derangement syndrome. I thought that everybody who voted for him must have been, a racist. And but what I found was very, very surprising, which is that a lot of the nation had moved past the racial binaries that we lefties, we New Yorkers, we overeducated elites like to believe still exist across the nation. And I wanted to write a book called A More Perfect Union based on my experiences reporting from the South, and also all of the polling that backs up the idea that Americans are just not that divided over the great values that this nation was founded on. And I couldn't sell it. I couldn't get a single editor to buy it. They kept saying to me, there's no market for a book about how Americans are not divided. Everybody believes that we're so polarized, that we've never been this polarized since the Civil War. And finally, a very kind editor sat me down and she said, look, you keep telling me like we're not that polarized. Why do I think we are then? Maybe you should write that book. And I think that's really what Bad News is. It's my attempt to understand how Americans came to believe this version of.
That's incredibly important anecdote. All right. There was no demand for a book about how Americans are divided. So much of the rhetoric about Cold War and how we are at each other's throats is because a fight is just more compelling and easier to sell than the notion that we have an overwhelming unity
of ourselves, that we're so divided, when the truth is we've never been more united around issues like equality and fighting racism and fighting white supremacy and really making good on our ugly history in some ways. And that's really what Bad News is. It's really an attempt to understand where our false, wrong view of America came from. And I think that the answer is it came from the media.
And one of the things I enjoyed so much about the book was your discussion about how the media has changed over the last 100 years, and particularly then over the last 20 years with the rise of the internet. Can you describe that argument, and then what does it do to the political position of the media?
Yeah, so journalism underwent a status revolution over the course of the 20th century. It used to be a really working class trade. Journalists lived in working class neighborhoods, and they made maybe a little bit more than their neighbor, or the factory worker, or the lineman, but they really lived very embedded in working class communities. Today, journalists are part of the American elite. It underwent this status revolution. So it went from being a blue collar trade to being an elite caste, a profession almost. Even though you can't really teach journalism, it is a trade. You can only learn it by doing it. And that status revolution, from where journalists started out working class and then became part of the elites, it really, really changed the nature of the profession, because journalists really abandoned the working class as they ascended to the elites. They now see things from that position of top down instead of from that position of bottom up. So where they used to see themselves as outside of the hallways of power, demanding justice on behalf of the little guy, today they are insiders. They are part of power. Their kids go to school with billionaires. Their kids go to school with politicians. They are in the same communities as corporate lawyers, right? And so the whole industry really shifted from this like little guy point of view to this position of elites. And I argue in the book that a lot of the woke moral panic that we're in around race is essentially to distract from that status revolution and from the ways in which journalists have really benefited from economic inequality.
And you talked about race, about elite and privilege, which we'll come back to, and you...
So Batya Ungar-Sargon is a hyper-educated Ashkenazi Jew. She got her PhD from the University of California, Berkeley. Her dissertation was entitled Coercive Pleasures, the Force and Form of the Novel 1719 to 1740. She talked about how rape and colonialism figure in the pleasures of modern English fiction. And she's a lovely, empathic person. I remember sometime around 2017, I posted on Twitter some critical comments that I'd received from a friend. And these were critical comments about Batya Ungar-Sargon, who was then the opinion editor of The Forward, the Jewish daily out of New York. And she responded by sliding into my DMs and talking to me about chronic fatigue syndrome. And I've struggled with chronic fatigue since about age 22 until age 55. And not many people showed much empathy with my struggles, but she displayed considerable empathy. She has lovely manners, right? She's empathic. She was an absolute pleasure to interact with. Now, I kept posting critical comments that I was receiving from friends directed at Batya Ungar-Sargon, and she eventually blocked me. I can understand why, because when you form even some sort of a connection with somebody, as we did over DMs, we were both quite honest, it feels like a betrayal when the person keeps criticizing you. So I understand why she blocked me, but there is just a lovely empathic quality about her that I also noticed when I interviewed Molly Jong Fast. So these are a couple of lefties, a couple of Marxists. All right, Batya is still on the left, still a Marxist, which makes her critique of the left and the mainstream media more interesting.
You mentioned how the media no longer talks and thinks about the working class, or many aspects of the media. And there's a wonderful discussion of this, and I'll read you a passage, and then I'd like your comments about it, because you make this point so well. And you write, so type the words Trump and Russia into the New York Times search bar and you'll get over 15,000 results. At the Washington Post, this search will bring up 27,000 entries since 2005. And then you say, compare this to the phrase opioid crisis over the same period, which returns just 1,047 results at the Times and 2,639 results at the Washington Post. And you go on, homelessness gets a mere 4,818 results, and income inequality gets just under 3,000. What does that describe to you?
So sociologists have gone back and trawled the archives of the New York Times to teach us what they are focused on and what they're not. I just did this little search to show that gap. But I think the point I was trying to make is Trump and Russia, I mean, of course, now we know, right, that so much of that Russiagate story was wrong, right, was, completely false. But even at the time, the idea that somehow Trump and Russia was more important than homelessness, was more important than opioid addiction, which was robbing working class Americans of their lives, like the deaths of despair, just committing suicide out of despair. I mean, the idea that Trump and whatever had to do with Russia, that was 5 times more important than what was happening, in our inner cities, that it's obviously false. It's obviously wrong. And what it shows is that this is not being driven by any kind of journalistic value or ethic. It's being driven by something completely different, which is what the appetite of affluent liberals is for the news. So the media is reflecting what they want to read about, and what they want to read about are the things that make them feel very passionate and very emotional. And the things that make them passionate and emotional are not, unfortunately, the things that they're implicated in, the economic inequality, the opioid addiction, all of this stuff. It's the things that sort of let them off the hook, like hating on Trump, a moral panic about race.
So in 2021, Batya published a book, Bad News, How Woke Media is Undermining Democracy. And this is how she begins the book, talking about a 2018 segment on CNN. The host was Don Lemon, and the guests were Kirsten Powers, right, a senior CNN political analyst earning $1 million a year. She was a longtime liberal commentator on Fox. There was Alice Stewart, another CNN commentator and token Republican, and Stephanie Jones-Rogers, a professor of history at UC Berkeley, who published a book, They Were Her Property, White Women as Slave Owners in the American South. And this is what Kirsten Powers said about Trump's female supporters. People will say that they support him for reasons other than his racist language. They'll say, well, I'm not racist. I just voted for him because I didn't like Hillary Clinton. And doesn't make you not racist. It makes you racist. Why white women do it? We have to remember that the white patriarchal system benefits white women in many ways. Then Professor Jones-Rogers concurs. As a historian, I explore white women's economic investments in the institution of slavery. Right? There's this broad historical context we need to keep in mind when we're looking at white women's voting patterns today and their overwhelming support of Donald Trump. Right? This is racist. And the sole Republican is only briefly allowed to respond. And then Kirsten Powers interjects over her. It's just not Republican women who have a problem with racism, but all white women, all white people. Every white person benefits from an inherently racist system that is structurally racist. We're all part of the problem. So this belief that America is an unrepentant white supremacist state that confers power and privilege on white people and systematically denies power and privilege to people of color. Right? This is the dogma of much of our ruling elite. And there are a whole bunch of interconnected networks of racist institutions in this worldview that infect every level of society, culture, and politics. And one American university stated once that it was racist, and so the Trump Department of Education began investigating them. So the solution for those holding this view is not just to reform institutions that still struggle with racism, but to transform the consciousness of everyday Americans until we prioritize race over everything else. And this worldview is known as anti-racism, or by the shorthand of being woke. So woke is a 1950s black vernacular, which shows that you're aware of institutional racism. And now it stands for you understand how institutional racism and white supremacy is holding down people of color. And it's kind of bewildering to me interacting with this worldview, because it has as much validity to me as a belief in unicorns. But one part of this worldview that I understand, and there were 2 years in my life where I kind of flirted with Marxism, and I like to tell people that I was an atheistic communist, is that it gives you a feeling of being in the elect, right? It gives you a feeling that you're better than everyone else. And I think we're all strongly driven by status. So when I grew up, the son of a preacher man, when I grew up a Seventh-day Adventist, I felt like I was part of the elect. I was part of God's chosen people, and I felt superior to the rest of the world who was not part of the elect. And then just outside my religious world, as I was growing up in Australia, was nationalism. And I was somewhat aware that most Aussies seemed to think that if you were not an Aussie, then you didn't matter very much. I moved to California at age 11. Noticed that Americans are much more outwardly patriotic than Australians, but they enjoy less social trust and cohesion. So I noticed that nationalism ran strong in both countries, and both countries were far more interested in what happens in their own country than what goes on in outside countries. I move into my teens. At age 14, my family gets a TV for the first time, and my religious worldview diminishes as my sex drive increases, and I become increasingly attracted to the things I see on the TV screen: beautiful women, sexual situations, and I wanted to pursue my dreams of a superior physical and social life. My religious faith grows cold as my selfish desires for attention and pleasure increasingly take over. So by age 18, when I go back to Australia to live with my atheist brother, I also embrace atheism. I become exposed to Marxism at college, and there was one eloquent exposition of it by my political science professor, Larry Wyatt, that, and he did it as an observer, not endorsing Marxism, but just describing it, how many of its proponents experience it. And it just seemed so intoxicating. And I kind of played around with it for a couple of years between age 20 and 22. And when I played with it and kind of stepped into that worldview, it did give me this thrill of being in the vanguard. So I did not have a particularly strong sense of self. I think due to my unmedicated ADHD, a lot of my behavior was out of my control. I could not count on myself. I relied heavily on cues from other people around me. I would exhaust people. I needed other people to tell me who I was. So my unmedicated ADHD predisposed me to narcissism and predisposed me to seeking to put up a false front, because at core I wasn't particularly thrilled with myself. Then I encountered Dennis Prager on the radio in the fall of 1988 when I was at UCLA. And I become convinced that Judaism is the path for the superior life. And Jews are God's chosen people. And that was my new way of feeling superior. So my life, my behavior doesn't fully start aligning with my best interests until about 2016. So I started my first 12-step program in 2012. By 2016, I was in 5 different 12-step programs. I'd also benefited from about 10 years of psychotherapy. And I think by the time COVID hit in March of 2020, I started moving into a good place. And so when I look back on my online work, I pretty much respect most of what I've done consistently since COVID in 2020. And so a good tool for analyzing oneself, other people, news commentators, live streamers, pundits, and the world is just noticing what are the incentives that people are operating under, what makes people feel important, what's driving them. Because I agree with Tom Wolfe that after we meet our basic needs for food, for water, for shelter, for clothing, our most intense drive is for status. And the Neiman storyboard notes that Tom Wolfe's refinement of Max Weber's ideas about status is what he calls the statosphere. Right? Everyone isn't directly competing for status with everyone else. They pursue status within a distinct sphere. So much of my life is within Orthodox Judaism. That's probably my primary sphere. And then a lot of my life is live streaming, right? And this is another status sphere. And so Tom Wolfe's book, The Right Stuff, is not a book about space. It's a book about status competition among pilots and astronauts. So we all tend to yearn for status honor, right? We're trying to present curated versions of our lives to friends, to strangers, and to compete for dopamine releasing likes. This is what Tom Wolfe wrote in an essay, The Nanny Mafia. Nannies have a higher standing than a nursemaid since they have the power to impose discipline and manners on the child. All right, how does this connect with wokeness? Wokeness is just another way to feel superior. If you are in the elite class that graduates from elite universities such as Stanford or Cal or Harvard or Yale, all right, the woke ideology is a way of distinguishing yourself from the great mass of Americans, right? You need to have superior taste, feel like you have superior taste to have some basis for regarding yourself as superior. And we all badly want to feel superior. Nannies have a lower standing than a governess in that they undertake no real education. Nannies in Europe and the United States have become a symbol of the parent's status. So parents who have nannies to look after their children have to have money. Parents who have nannies lead their own lives. This gives them more status even in front of their children. They don't have to appear in the ridiculous role of martyred, harried creatures forever ill-kempt and ill-humored, waiting on the children like servants. And one thing that has made nationalism so attractive is that it's highly competitive and it bestows status, right? There's an ideology, a story, a narrative that you are part of some great nation. So England, according to Leah Greenfeld, was the first nation that adapted nationalism. England was competing with France a great deal. So France took it on shortly after England, as did Holland. So England adopted nationalism by the 16th, 17th centuries. Then France adapted it, and Holland adapted it in the 18th century. And then Germany and Russia adopted it in the 19th century. Nationalism is highly competitive. But one thing that makes the Olympics so viscerally exciting is that nations get to compete, and you get to feel good when your nation wins medals. Because you, in all likelihood, if you're a nationalist, you identify with your nation. Now, what happens if your nation does not have a distinguished record? Then, according to Leah Greenfeld, you are going to be more predisposed to a blood and soil nationalism. So you don't have accomplishments to be proud of, so you get to be proud of your blood and your soil. Now, Leah Greenfeld's work on nationalism, she's published a lot of books, a lot of essays. It has attracted virtually zero academic interest. So she doesn't get much respect from other academics, but I find her ideas interesting. So another thing that nationalism does is it extends dignity throughout the society. You get to have dignity, and you get to feel like you're a part of an important project. So prior to nationalism, people primarily identified with their group. They were royals, they were aristocrats, they were merchants, or they were peasants. And you might have felt much more in common with other members of your group in other countries than you did with, say, elites in your own country.
A moral panic about gender and transgender issues. These are all distractions from the actual divides in America, the actual moral emergencies in America that affluent liberals are implicated in and could solve and could fix and could help with, but it would involve.
Okay, let's get Elliott Blatt onto the show. Elliott, I'm sorry for making you wait, bro.
No problem, man. Blessings. Good morning.
Blessings.
Yeah, I had bad dreams last night.
I'm sorry. Tell me about them.
I don't remember the actual content. It was sort of the feeling that surrounded them. But
I had a dream last night. I'm going to try to recollect it. This is the dream. I dreamt that some employers who had fired me came to recognize that they'd made the wrong decision, and they rehired me. And it was only when I woke up that I realized, no, they never did rehire me. But go ahead.
I've never been able to actually recall the content of a dream for more than 5 minutes. But
really? Wow. That's why I write them down often.
Very rarely.
Yeah.
I very rarely have bad dreams, but I don't know. Maybe it's just the change of weather or something, but I have to hide your face because the voice is out of sync. Okay. So anyway, you catch this lot of. All right, we got to talk about Jokl, right?
Yeah, what's going on with that hair, bro?
I don't know. So as you know, just for the benefit of the audience, I've met Jokl in person. I took him and his friends around, drove him around for 3 or 4 hours, and so I got to meet him in person. And it's a really sad case in a way because he's the type of guy you'd like to know, right?
Yes, he's got so much positive about him.
Yeah, he's intelligent. He's funny. He improvises with the environment that that he interacts with. He's on all of the time. He likes to be the center of attention, and he cracks jokes, and he has insights, and he has things to say. He's good company. And it sort of reminded me of my time being younger and having like a good group of friends who were sort of interested and curious and active and had desires and ambitions. So it was, he gives off that kind of vibe. As absurd as his cult leader aspirations are, they are an aspiration. I would rather have that than people with no aspiration. People without any aspiration, to me, I can't bear their company. I simply can't. They're boring.
Unless he gets people to do things that are self-destructive, like unless it's harmful, right? If his influence is harmful, then it'd be better he did nothing.
Yeah, I mean, he's the type of guy that he could be an entrepreneur. He could start a small business. He could, he has the intelligence. I don't think he could grind out the difficult parts, right? That's where the separation occurs, is if you can like deal with the boredom and the drudgery. Or if you just think you're too intelligent to have to endure drudgery,
yeah,
you will not succeed, flat out. I don't care how intelligent you are. And so it's sort of, I was sort of pumping him I was sort of feeding him ideas, and he's just not somebody that wants to receive advice or suggestions, at least when I interacted with him. But just to give an example, so we went up north of the city and we hiked around this place, and there's this outdoor amphitheater. I don't know if you're aware of this in Mount Tam, but it's basically a theater. And so you have like these stone seats surrounded by a stage area. And he found this, and it was like, flies on shit. He ran to the center of the stage, and it just starts extemporizing this big, like, public address, this big,
yeah,
just all nonsense, but funny nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was super funny, and it was just an example of somebody who really truly wants to be at the center of attention. And anyway, but it goes to the larger thing. So I put him in the Richard Spencer category of someone with a lot of talent, but can't really execute, can't go through, can't deal with the drudgery, it's just not sexy enough. And this is the dopamine addicted generation. I think this is the subtle cancer that's debilitating a lot of otherwise talented people.
Do you think he's closely connected with either family or a church or a concrete real life community? Because I'd have to think
he was very, I was poking around, figuring out, I didn't even know where he's from. I think it's the East Coast somewhere, but he didn't want to divulge any details whatsoever about his origins or his family. So he didn't talk about them. I have no, I don't know anything about it, but yes, I don't believe he's connected to any, I don't think his family connection is that strong, obviously, because he would check his behavior in certain ways. He wouldn't want to embarrass them.
Right. A normal family or a normal religious community or just a normal group of friends would say, you got to check yourself. You're out of control.
Yes. So anyway.
Wait. What about the hair? What's your read on the hair?
Oh, it's just another shot at attention seeking, right? It's another thing to talk about. It's a Hail
Do you
Mary.
think he might be transitioning?
No. I think he's just trying to do what he's done, which is garner some attention, even if it's for very superficial reasons.
How much time do you think he puts into his hair every day?
I think he woke up one morning, his hair's wet, he dried it off with a towel, and it got all fluffy. He saw himself in the mirror and he said, this is funny, I'll go with it. I don't think he actually thought about it. I think this is an accident.
Yeah, but the hair in this video was not an accident, right? This is a studied performance, right? He put some time in.
80s hair metal? I don't know. I don't care.
No, but it reveals something about the man. You don't just get up, get out of the shower, dry your hair, and look like that, right? He took a great deal of care with this hair presentation, which is interesting.
Yeah, possibly GAY. Who knows?
Yeah, it seems effeminate.
Yes, but he's not transitioning. I don't believe he's gay. I think he's just joking around.
Yeah, I agree. It's just another thrust for attention.
Yeah. Which, if he's as young as you think he is, I thought he'd be a bit older than that,
What's your read? I think like 25, 26, 27.
Yeah, I would think a little older. I think, 28, 29, 30. But I don't know.
Do you think it's going to drive subscriptions?
Were considerably young. His friends, his acolytes, because I had 3 of his friends in the car as well, they were definitely on the younger side. They were definitely 21, 22.
Yeah, I mean, I can't picture anyone with a wife and kids taking his advice.
Yeah. I mean, I really soured on him when he sort of went after Steve Saylor without seeming to have read any Steve Saylor.
Yes, yeah, that was big, because prior to that, I could kind of understand what he was saying, and I could give him a pass. But when he just went after Steve Saylor without any substance, then a switch shifted and flipped in my mind.
Because you know why? Because it was lazy. It's like he doesn't want to do the hard work of actually reading Steve Saylor. He just wants to get the clicks. And at that point, Steve Saylor was controversial. Something had broke. There was some controversy that erupted. And so he just kind of wanted to hitch his
wagon to something that gets clicks, without doing the work to produce a substantive critique, because I'm sure you could make a substantial critique of Steve Saylor, but he was not interested in doing the work to produce that.
Yeah, exactly.
And it says something about somebody's character that they do that. Like, it drove me crazy when I've had academics on this show, and they would go off and trash books that they hadn't even read. I mean, as an academic, that is very low behavior.
Yeah, remember that show Crossfire way back on CNN?
Yes. Yeah.
And I forgot who it was, Novak, and then there was like some other guy, the liberal guy, Michael something.
There was Bill Press for a while. Yeah, but the various people, yeah.
But the liberal guy, so they turned out they were discussing some book, and the liberal inadvertently confessed to not having read it. And Novak called him out on it, which I thought was a clean kill, as they say.
Like, I understand the
instinct. It's a terrible thing. It's a terrible, if that's one motto you're going to live by, that would be it. Do the work. Don't criticize it you haven't read. Don't discuss a movie you haven't seen. And, do the reading, And I think this generation, a lot of people, you can skate through college without having done the reading, And once you get in the habit of getting an A and not doing the work, you've laid down really lazy habits that are really difficult to change as you get older. And I think that's sort of bubbling beneath the surface a lot through all of this, is the cheating epidemic that the internet has enabled. I think it's now coming to the fore as people who you would expect to know things that don't actually know things. Like, the squad, and what's her name, AOC and Rashida Tlaib, and they get up there and they just repeat these platitudes, and they don't even understand how the underlying system works. And then you have these, you have Jamie Dimon or whoever having to explain to them how what they're saying is absolutely absurd. And it happens more than once, and then they come back and they seem to be able to fall back on some sort of the woke defense, or they're racist. They call their interlocutors racist for just calling them out on their bullshit. So what do you think about that? Cheating, the habit of cheating.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a natural human tendency, because I had it. I cheated considerably in high school, and then I only did it once in college, to the best of my knowledge. But along with the habit of lying, which is a type of cheating, these were not easy habits for me to break, and they still sometimes bite me in the ass.
Yes. And when you get to a work setting, right, it's quickly becomes clear who knows what's going on and who doesn't know. And who's skating by, who's just trying to pick up a check, and who's actually there to work. And eventually the people that are cheating get found out, called out, and quit or get fired. And it's a real terrible place to be. And so, when I first started, I was one, I didn't do anything, but I was faking it to an excellent degree. And then I just decided, well, it'd just be easier to learn what the hell I'm doing and become competent, And
on a 1 to 10, how would you rate your work ethic? I would describe my own personal predisposition as around a 5 out of 10, unless I'm passionately interested in something. But your work ethic with regard to work that you're not passionate about. So I'd give myself a 5 out of 10. How about you?
This is going to sound boastful, but I would say 9+. I'm a workhorse.
Really? How many times have you been fired in your life?
1, 2, twice.
Okay, then there's probably something to it, because I've been fired more than 20 times.
Well, once was pretty funny. First time I was fired, I worked at a parking garage. So I was sat in this booth and, took people's tickets and made change. It was a cashier at a parking garage. And I was living in my aunt's garage, and my aunt's garage had this old mattress, and I was sleeping on this mattress, and this mattress had crabs. So I went to work, and I hadn't slept, and I discovered I had crabs. And so in my frenzy, I hate bugs, it was maddening. It drove me to madness. In the process of being mad, I misfed the tickets. I fed the tickets into the machine the wrong way, and I jammed the machine. It was soon discovered I'd done that, and my boss was this 4-foot tall Italian woman from Brooklyn. This is in California, and she looks at me and she says, "You're terminated."
How much of your work life has been with companies that have, say, more than 5 employees?
Most of it.
Okay, so then you're dealing with a company that I would expect has a number of rules, because the more employees, the more rules. And so for me, the more rules, the more likely I'm to get into trouble. I have often thrived working for one person, but I have always failed when working for an organization with more than 10 employees.
Yes, the bigger the company, the more slack there is. There's more places to hide. There's more ways to pass the buck. There are more politics to navigate, and you can go pretty far just by skillfully navigating politics. So yes, the fewer the employees, the more accountable you have to be. I agree.
Okay, you had other topics, and I've taken
Oh
you off
yeah.
track.
So who is this guy, Pavel Durov? He Telegram. He was arrested yesterday.
Yeah. The guy who operates, came out with Telegram, arrested in France.
Yeah. And I only know about this because this Mike Benz, you get those notifications on Twitter.
Yeah.
He was part of this Twitter space yesterday that included some of the highlights. Andrew Tate, Kim.com, Alex Jones. They were all part of the panel. And this was the first time I'd actually ever heard Andrew Tate speak. And he was also recently rearrested in Romania.
Mm-hmm.
And but the thesis of this conversation was that the global elite, if you cross their line, if you cross a certain line, they're going to target you, and you'll have no justice. That the justice system ultimately will bend to the will of power, and that these people have been targeted unduly, and it's a serious thing. So, how much do you know about Andrew Tate?
Moderate amount. I find him viscerally repellent.
Yeah. That would have been my opinion prior to hearing him speak, but he seemed to have more going on than just that image that he projects. I was pretty impressed by how well-spoken he was.
Yeah, I mean, if that guy raped a woman, he could probably engage in thoughtful and witty conversation afterward.
Well, this was part of, so he and his brother, he has a brother, they both maintain their innocence. And what they were saying was, they want to destroy you, they're going to charge you with it, they're going to accuse you of a sex crime and not tax evasion or any sort of bureaucratic crime, because, once you've been accused of a sex crime, you're tarred with that brush, and it's a much stickier thing. It's much easier to destroy somebody's reputation by accusing them of a sex crime.
Yeah, as a Seminole blogger, that is absolutely correct.
Yeah, well played, my dude. So, but anyway, so Elon Musk wasn't part of it, but this is also Elon Musk is sort of in this category, and this guy Pavel, apparently, he was arrested because he failed to adequately police the conversation on Telegram. This is what they were saying.
Yes.
Do you believe this is true, or is this spin?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that Telegram often operates against the interests of people who rule us.
Okay. And because Pavel is not an Elon Musk, he was an easier target. Because Elon Musk is more or less doing the same thing, or he wants to do the same thing. He wants to use this, or he says he wants to use as little moderation as possible and promote free speech.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is, I would have a great deal of sympathy with the critiques of the arrest that you articulated, even if they come from Andrew Tate.
Mm. Yeah, so it's sort of an interesting dilemma because there's almost like a what's the word? Like a media in exile or a counter media, an actual body of media that's against the dominant media, and they have significant reach and heft. And I think, there's sort of a war brewing between these two camps.
Right. One person described the 2016 American presidential election as a battle between the story and the comments section.
Yeah. And remember when all the comment sections were suddenly pulled? Like any political, they went overnight, and the reasons given were just too many racist comments. Too many Nazis in the comment section, and they couldn't police it. So that is an excellent characterization, because it's the comment section that is where the fun is. As the live chat is where the fun is on Luke's streams.
Sometimes, but it can also quickly devolve into something that has just got more trash in it than is worth the time. So it requires a certain type of community and even a certain type of standard and editing and censorship to maintain a high value conversation.
That's true. The tards can take over and ruin everything.
Yeah. So I got a question for you. So you know about all the people in England who've been arrested for social media comments?
Mm-hmm.
And I had the instinctive revulsion that I'm sure you did, and pretty much everyone in the chat. But then I read an article in the New York Times, and it pointed out that one person was arrested and convicted because he had posted on social media, somebody should go to that particular mosque and blow it up with people inside. And as soon as I read that, I am fine with imprisoning some guy who promotes a specific act of violence like that. So to the extent that people are getting arrested and imprisoned for promoting specific acts of violence, another person was convicted for saying that people should go to a refugee center and burn it down. They might have even said burn it down with people inside. So when people promote specific acts of violence, just like the Muslim woman who addressed the Bakersfield City Council and threatened their lives, and then she got arrested for it, I am fine with arresting people who promote specific acts of violence, such as burn down a mosque, burn down this building. I'm fine with that. How about you?
Well, that's the fire and crowded movie house standard, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm concerned about is I've heard of situations where people have been arrested for making comments that oppose the regime, so oppose the British government, Keir Starmer. So the question is like, to what extent, I'd like to see some of these comments that people have been arrested for.
Right. So let's just deal with the two examples I gave. They name a specific place, and they say burn it down with people inside. Right. So a specific mosque, a specific refugee center, and they are endorsing action that would likely kill dozens of people. And they are promoting that. I am fine with them being arrested, and I am fine with them being imprisoned for promoting specific violent acts. How about you?
Yeah, I think so. But I'm concerned.
You don't like endorsing that.
I want to see. Well, the thing is I'm concerned about two-tier policing, where are native Britons being prosecuted more heavily, more severely for actions and words that immigrants are not, and it seems as though that may be true, and that's
right.
Concerning. So I want those Muslims to also be arrested, and I want to make sure that what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
What kind of penalty would you like for someone on January 6th who assaults a policeman in the course of the January 6th riot? I am fine with them being imprisoned for years. If you punch, kick, beat a policeman, I am fine with you going to prison for years. How about you?
If you've done those things.
Yes, if you've done those things.
Yes. And, sure. But is that what's happened? So I think there's some doubt as to whether or not that actually happened.
Well, there's no doubt that happened, but not everyone who participated in January 6th did that. But many people on January 6th did assault police. There were about 36 policemen with significant injuries. I mean, the video is just overwhelming. The police are getting assaulted. So I would be fine if someone assaulting a police officer got shot.
What if you want them to open up on them, bro?
I would be okay with it. It would not have bothered me. Yeah. In any circumstance, not just January 6th, but left-wing rioters, right-wing rioters, pro-Israel rioters, pro-Palestine rioters, anyone assaulting a line of police, I would be fine if the police opened up on them.
Yeah. I think machine gun fire is probably over the line.
I'm sorry, your voice faded out.
Oh, I think machine gun fire is probably over the line. and I wouldn't support
What
it.
about just small arms?
No, I think tear gas is sufficient. But I'm really not an expert, bro. I'd have to look at some peer-reviewed studies to figure out what the best is.
Hey, your voice sounds amazing. What's going on, bro? You sound healthier and stronger than I've heard you in a long time.
Well, that cold that I had is finally abated. I got this deep lung infection that I've been treating in various different ways, and it's finally starting to recede. And like I said, the weather has broken, so the air is drier now. So the summer is usually this fog, this sopped-in fog that really aggravates my breathing. And so now that the weather has changed, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great.
So it's
And
not you've used an inhaler today?
Yeah, I didn't use it today because I didn't feel like I needed it. But now I'm starting to feel like I could use another shot. So I always had these inhalers, but I have my hang-ups about pharmaceuticals and things. So I probably unwisely delayed using it far longer than I should have. But now I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm big pharma. I'm Pfizer all the way. I want to get a Pfizer T-shirt and a Pfizer hat, and I'm going to, celebrate.
So Tuesday, 8 a.m., I'm feeling fine. 8:10 a.m., I feel awful. Like something just hit me. Like I'm like lying on the floor, just not doing anything. I feel so bad. I feel awful for an hour. And then after an hour, it starts to diminish. After 2 hours, I get back and start just doing some light stuff on the computer. And I'm still not 100% 5 days later. How long did it take you to get over this cold thing?
It started mid-May.
Wow.
So 3 months.
Oh, my God. That's awful.
It was awful, Luke. It was awful. And I'm really... I'm taking steps to avoid it and figuring out, I've really sort of amped up my martial arts work, trying to strengthen my immune system, to eating better. One thing I've noticed, my appetite has gone way down, and I've been losing weight, and I'm not really hungry. I'm just wondering, did you find that your appetite has decreased as you've gotten older?
Usually I lose a little bit of weight unless there's a stomach upset component, and then I can lose 10 pounds in 3 or 4 days.
Yeah. All right. Well, tell me about this. When you say you felt bad, did you feel bad as though you had a flu or some other way?
I felt like it was COVID. Like I felt like I felt awful. But what struck me is that it happened so quickly. Within 5 minutes, I went from feeling okay to I have to give up all responsibilities for today and probably this week. I feel so bad. Like normally a cold or a flu like builds often for days before it reaches full severity. This hit full severity, went from 0 to 100 in 5 minutes.
I've never had anything like that. I always know I'm getting sick if it's my throat. If I get this weird
same here. But this one didn't. Yeah.
Once you feel that, there's no way getting back. It's over. You might as well just stock up on Ricola, cancel all your appointments because you're going to be down for a while.
Yeah, that's exactly my experience. For some reason, this one there was no sore throat.
That period of denial, like, oh, maybe I'm not getting sick. Maybe
yeah, because often I feel crappy for. Low-key crappy for often days before I finally get sick. And you just kind of wonder what's going on. I hope I'm not getting sick. And then boom.
Yeah. See, I think what had happened with me, when I felt this lung thing going on, I did a lot of exercises to open up my chest and hopefully, clear out my chest. But what I think that had the effect of doing was just allowed it to spread deeper. I did the wrong thing.
What sort of exercises?
Like stretching, fully elongating your body, and then doing some back bends and things like that, and twists, just to sort of open up your lungs. Anything that would expand your chest to open up your lungs. This was my theory, and I now repudiate that theory. I think I did the exact wrong thing. What you want to do is you want to curl on, you want to assume the fetal position, and keep the infection to the narrowest, smallest part, narrowest surface area, so that your body can just fight a small infection rather than a big infection. So how could you get COVID, Luke? You've been thrice boosted.
Yeah.
Stop the spread, my dude.
Apparently, the COVID booster is most effective for a month or two after you get it, and then moderately effective for another month or two. But by the time you're 9 months since you got boosted, its effect is quite minimal.
Okay. I think I probably had COVID. I think this last episode was probably COVID, truth be told. But I didn't have any of that loss of taste, which I guess you're supposed to get with COVID. But I'm so tired of even hearing the word COVID,
Yeah, that seems to be a really strong, widely spread American reaction. They don't want to hear about COVID. People don't want to talk about COVID. People are just sick of COVID.
Exactly. It was COVID-19 after all. It's 2024. We're talking about 5 years now. I mean, I remember first hearing about it around Christmas time of 2019. And now it's just this. And every time I see somebody masked up and driving their car alone, it just, it's terrible. I just feel this loathing for them. I feel like I can't even talk to you because you're going to bore the hell out of me. And I don't even want to see you,
Anything new on the scammers, the attractive woman?
Yes. So tonight I've been invited to a dinner, and I don't want to go. And I'm debating. I've already begged off once, so I could beg off again. This would essentially end the relationship, and I think it's probably the best course. But part of the invitation, she asked if I wanted to. This is the mother. She asked if I wanted to write postcards for Kamala.
Wow.
And so she has no idea who I am. And if we're gonna go to dinner, there's no way I'm gonna let it. I just have to. I can't live a lie, bro. I'm gonna have to sort of declare my disgust eventually. So I think I'm gonna beg off. And the other character, Joe, I've affected my separation completely. I got all of his. He had been storing some crap at my house, and my apartment, and I insisted that he get rid of it, and he got rid of it yesterday. So I'm slowly reestablishing my boundaries.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Feels good, bro. Feels good.
Good for you. Now, what do you think about this, the dueling value of civility versus telling the truth, as exemplified by, say, Joe Biden's appearance of senility, or Kamala Harris's appearance of being drunk, or this extreme emotional outburst by Tim Walz's son, Gus? And so I understand the power of civility and the need for civility. On the other hand, an excessive emphasis on civility robs us from telling vital truths, such as Joe Biden seems senile, Kamala Harris seems drunk.
Yes. Well, I'm sort of the bitter medicine school.
Yeah.
I have a strong preference for inconvenient, abrasive truths. And I think a lot of people aren't prepared to hear that. So I think a lot of liberals believe they were on their way to some sort of utopia, and they couldn't make sense of the facts as they were appearing on the ground. And then Trump came along and started making some very bold statements that really offended their worldview, and that put them into sort of a shock. And they've been in shock basically for 8 years now.
Okay, we got, finish your thought, Elliott, go ahead.
Oh, no, it's okay. I mean, it's nothing that...
Okay, we got Hung Lo joining the show. Mr. Lo, how's it going?
Hey, thanks for having me.
So, Stephen, some of the people arrested, convicted, and imprisoned in the United Kingdom for things they posted on social media were posting direct threats, encouraging people to blow up or burn down a mosque or a refugee center with people inside. I have no problem with those people getting imprisoned for these direct incitements of violence. How about you?
Well, this is like the only reason I came on, Luke, because I heard you saying this to Elliot. But the issue is, right, that you're picking these ones out as examples of, and this like convinced you that, oh, you know, it's a storm in a teacup about what's happening in the UK, but this isn't the case at all. In fact, I posted to you myself examples, the ones which are the egregious examples. The one, for instance, of the Sellafield worker who just posted 3 memes, and it was the memes were like pictures of Africans, and below it said "coming to a town near you." He's got 8 weeks in jail, Luke.
Yeah.
Now we have to.
I don't agree with that.
Of course,
I do not agree with that.
yeah. Well, there's countless examples of that. So I just want to get one concrete one. So here's the thing. Yes, of course, if somebody's making direct threats to harm, of course, they have to be. You know, I don't disagree with them being prosecuted. I don't disagree with them prosecuting the guys who were throwing bricks at police. But this all happened within the context of the UK justice system, where paedophiles get suspended sentences. You know, you can drive 100 miles an hour, almost kill people, and get a suspended sentence. So it's the drastic nature of which these people, who in any other circumstances would not be dealt with in this way. That's the egregiousness.
But you would agree with me that if people promote blowing up a specific building with people inside, that there's nothing egregious about arresting and imprisoning them.
There's nothing egregious about that.
Yes.
But it was in the context of a UK justice system which wasn't so lenient. I'm not trying to excuse threats to anybody, okay? Please don't take that on board. What I'm trying to say is that people who've raped children have got like suspended sentences and, you know, 10 hours community service and things like this in the UK. So it just doesn't make any sense when nobody's actually been harmed. You know, the only people who died in this whole thing were 3 little girls who were stabbed to death, and 11 other girls, you know, were stabbed. So it's been made out as if these far right people are these, you know, absolute monsters. You'd believe that there were like 100 like minorities had been killed or something. Not one was harmed.
And what's your perspective on Andrew Tate? Do you have a view?
I do not have a view on Andrew Tate that's positive. Let's put it that way. I just think he's just a social media exploiter. He's a social media exploiter, and I don't know. He's the worst manosphere, isn't he? I never followed him. I don't know much about. I do think that if there's any good redeeming factors that you could say about Andrew Tate, it's that there's a generation of young boys who got a different idea about their masculinity. Now, it's not necessarily the positive one that you would want to instill in them, but it wasn't one that was like self-defeating, cucking, that you're responsible for all the ills in the world, that you must, that you're a terrible young man for your toxic masculinity. It was more to like embrace your masculinity. But then Andrew Tate, diverted it in an even worse way, you could say, like kind of like rampant toxic masculinity. But I don't know if I'm making any sense.
Yeah. Has the Me Too movement affected men hitting on women in the United Kingdom? So in America, among young men, they are much more careful and reluctant to approach and to hit on women. They are more scared about coming across as predators, and so they don't even try it. And many women wish that men would make more advances on them.
Yeah, I think so. I do think so. I have this thesis that young guys who aren't loners and just average guys between the ages of 16 to 25 maybe have almost as much sex as a previous generation, but then after that, women have they developed this ick factor about men, and there's all pergamy that's played into it. Women now are able to date upwards Dating apps allow them to date upwards, but there's a large part of the incel problem definitely can be accounted to this fear of well, actually it's just fear of being thought of as being icky. Actually, it's not fear of being called like a rapist. I don't think it's fear of being thought of as a weirdo, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. Now, when I moved to California at age 11, I noticed that American women were much more aggressive than Australian women. So in Australia, it felt like the man had to make the first move 19 times out of 20. But in America, it was like 9 times out of 10. How about in the UK? Is it 95% of the time the man has to make the first move?
Yes, I would say so. It's definitely different today than it used to be. So I'd definitely say things have changed. But Americans are much more forward. There's this strange forwardness. I used to think of it as narcissism of Americans, but I don't think it's necessarily narcissism. It's something else. It's the loud character, the center of attention, the being unfazed by public situations. British people are much more reserved, and so naturally women are much more reserved. They're not necessarily, up front and center, getting in everybody's faces.
Elliott, what's your read on how the Me Too movement may have inhibited younger men from approaching women?
I think it's scared them. It's scared them. They've been smothered by feminism in a way in which our generation wasn't to the same extent. It was beginning.
I just think people use apps much more, to be honest. I just think people use apps. They don't really approach people in real life anymore. It's almost like they've forgotten how to do it.
Yeah, the video game culture, the way it's
because people don't go out.
It's taken over.
Yeah.
You
can't learn to approach women if you sit in your basement playing video games, I guess.
Yeah. I think they should be banned.
So you think the rise of the smartphone and the rise of video games has reduced social skills, particularly among many young men?
Well, it's changed both men and women in different ways. So women have now this consumerist attitude towards relationships that they can express very easily and draconianly via their swiping apps. And then men, on the other hand, have played these video games that allow them to sort of express aggression, but hasn't given them the skills to deal with real life aggression. And it's made them, they know this at some level, and then they shirk from the real world because they're not comfortable with real world violence.
It doesn't seem to me
a 22-year-old guy. So I know a 22-year-old guy who's given up on women, Luke, already. He's got his own way already.
And what does he do with his desire to have sex? He just has sex with pornography?
He actually, this is going to sound crazy, but actually pays for it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
If this guy, would this guy and his father, say, share a woman, and would this young man be a gentleman and allow his father to go first? I mean, that's the polite thing to do, right? Right? You and your dad, you decide to hire an escort. I mean, the polite thing to do is allow your father to go first.
One in the front door, one in the back door.
No, not at the same time. God forbid. Are you some kind of pervert?
God forbid. God forbid.
God forbid.
Sorry, this is where my mind went, Luke.
I can't believe it. I mean, is this a practice that you're aware of among your social set, where both the son and the dad will share an escort?
I know. What do you think, Elliott? Pass this one over.
Well, I'm just not qualified. I mean,
no.
I'm so afraid of STDs that the whole notion of prostitutes is terrifies
So
me.
you'd want to go first, and your dear old dad would have to go second. Is that what you're saying, Elliot?
I'd go first. I would sacrifice myself. I would then take the appropriate test, and I would say, okay, Dad, it's safe. It's your turn.
I also wouldn't use, I wouldn't use working girl. But Claire Core says to me that you're safer with the working girl because she's getting tested all the time. SJJ, you don't know any girls who are like, single girl who's 24, 25, pull up. If she's single, she's on the cock carousel then, and she's not getting tested every week. What do you think her body count is actually going to be? And I was thinking about this. And that's kind of scary, really.
What's your ideal body count for a woman that you were interested in a long-term relationship with, Stephen?
Well, I mean, it genuinely, I'm of the school where it would be as low as possible. But I was thinking about this. So you have to think, at what age does a woman become sexually active? And so if we're assuming that is, I mean, it is usually 16 here in the UK, God forbid, but the age of consent is 16. So if we're assuming it's 16, if they're single when they're 26, 10 years. Okay, if a woman has just had, like, say, 5 sex partners a year, she would probably be extremely reserved because we know, well, I know what girls are like these days. If you see their inbox, if there's a girl with Instagram or Facebook or anything, her inbox is absolutely full of guys just constantly trying to meet up. So they would have to be extremely, like, picky and reserved, just to have 5 sexual partners a year. And it's 5 to, well, that is 50, isn't it? But that's a body count of 50 within 10 years, which would be extremely low. And I would ideally like it to be 5.
Okay,
So,
and Elliot, what's the body count number that you'd like the future Mrs. Elliot to have?
0.5.
0.5, wow.
So she'd only given a hand job.
Yeah.
Orders of magnitude. Yeah.
I'm very trad, bro. You understand?
You want to break her in.
Yeah.
And what's the sense, Stephen, among your peers, either both male and female? What kind of body count do they seek?
Well, amongst my peers, yeah, well, I was having this same discussion, and when you think about it, you have to think that, for somebody in their mid-20s, probably around 50, is like a low count. Really, you'd ideally want somebody in the 10 range. I mean, what is better? I'm not watching the audience. They're probably squirming like crazy at this topic. But what is better? Is it better to have to meet a girl who's been in a long-term relationship, who's, therefore been pumped like every other day by her boyfriend, and therefore that's like probably like 2,000 individual acts, or to have 50 separate individual acts with 50 individual men?
Right, obviously better to be with a woman who's just been with one guy every other day. Elliot, what's
easy when you think about it like that.
Yeah, Elliot, what's your sense of your peers and their attitudes towards body count? For people who want to know the academic peer-reviewed research, it shows that both men and women prefer a body count around 4. So someone who's had fewer partners than that, makes them wonder, is there something undesirable about my potential partner? And then someone who's had more numbers than that, it makes you wonder if they're going to be able to stay faithful. Elliot, your sense among your peers?
Among my peers, my peers don't use this terminology. They don't really talk about it. I'm watching some snuff on the.
Stop watching that filth.
I'm watching
God.
I just flicked on Twitter. Oh God, I just saw
God.
something I didn't want to see on the internet.
Are we not stimulating enough for you?
No.
Probably a British stabbing, I'm guessing.
Yeah. So we didn't use the terms body count growing up. Did you?
No, but that's just a term. The idea was certainly there.
Yeah.
So
It's a good term.
Yes, sure. Yeah, when we grew up, we would actively slut shame. To be called a slut was not a term of endearment.
If a single woman is only having 5 sexual partners a year, I imagine that is extremely low. You have to think about that.
well, come
And
on,
yet
Stephen. The average body count in England would probably be less than 10. Most people are not having.
Oh my God.
For straight people.
For Zoomers. For Zoomer girls.
Well, do you live
I'm
in a
sorry,
particularly
no.
promiscuous area of England?
Luke, with these apps, women are using them as just to hire one night stands. So they swipe right, they until they get the Chad that they're after. He comes round the next day or whatever, and then they're on to the next one. This is quite a phenomenon.
What percentage of women are doing that? I would say the percentage would be well under 5%.
I'd say most girls 18 to 20 are doing this. And then
Yeah,
the
I think
seven-
you've got a distorted view of what's happening, but one of us is more right and one of us is more wrong.
I think there's this window of I don't know what age. I assume I don't use Tinder, but I assume it's 18 that you can get on Tinder.
Yeah.
And then I think there's this window of 18 to 20 or 18 to 21 where women are extremely a proportion of women are extremely promiscuous, just because they have full access. Now it's like a shopping shop. It's like a supermarket shelf. Look, this is the hypergamy nature of these things. They can simply swipe until they're happy with what they see, and that man will 100% have sex with them that night. So.
Now, what percentage of these women would you say are mentally ill? So, in my view, most women who are pursuing such promiscuity are mentally ill. No stable woman with a good relationship with a father will consistently act this way.
So I'm not suggesting that all women are doing it like that, just like looking for the sex. But what I'm saying is there are lots of women. Every girl I've ever met has used a dating app. Usually Tinder. In fact, always Tinder. So I've not met anybody through it, but I'm saying they've used it in the past. They have it on their phone. What was the question? Sorry.
My question was, what percentage of these women engaged in this promiscuity are mentally ill? I would say the overwhelming majority of such women are mentally ill. That a woman who has a good relationship with a father will not act this way.
So, well, I know. I think most girls 18 to 20 have. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to this, Luke. I know. I think we have wildly different views of what's going on 18 to 20.
So what's happened to these anti-immigration, anti-two-tier policing riots? They seem to have been completely quashed. Is that what's true?
Yeah,
Stephen?
They were crushed. There was a successful, what I call psyop that happened with the government put out this fake thing that there were 100 protests going to happen. It appears to have originated with Hope Not 8. And the government effectively managed to get the left-wing opposition forces out onto the street to declare victory. So now we're always having, like, on Saturdays and Sundays, pro-Palestinian marches in town centres, in Leeds, Manchester, Birmingham, London. They were happening every Saturday. These have now manifested into, like, joint anti-racism and, like, just weirdly pro-Palestinian marches. So now these forces have been galvanized, they're out on the street, and it was declared, wow, in all the media. I know that you disagree that the media has any impact, but I think it was a fully successful psyop here. The media, every front page was the same. We talked about it, actually. Every front page was the same, like victory of love and hate and this kind of thing. And this combined with the prison sentences and the draconian rounding up of who's even said anything on the internet has completely quashed the writing.
So I want to be clear. I do not believe that the media has zero impact. It's very specific, my point. I don't believe the media changes people's beliefs. But if the media is overwhelmingly presenting one particular view of these riots, then people who consume that media are going to, and disagree with the media presentation, they will, however, be affected by it in the sense that they will be much more careful in how they express their opinion. So people will be changed in their behavior and their public speech. My argument is that the media does not change their underlying opinion. But if certain perspectives are severely frowned upon and given great sanction, then people will become more reluctant to say things that are frowned upon.
Yeah, there was also 2 weeks of public show trials here in the UK. It's extremely rare for trials to be televised. I think it only started a couple of years ago here in the UK. So we've all seen it around, and Keir Starmer made this declaration, which I didn't know he could do, to the Crown Prosecution Service, where nobody was given bail. So anybody who got caught up in these things would be remanded in custody. Things that you get out awaiting trial. So you would spend time in jail until trial, which meant that everybody was pleading guilty as well. As if you plead guilty, you get a third off your sentence, no matter what. So when you see these draconian sentences, like there was a young lad just jailed for 2 years for waving an England flag outside an Islamic centre, and shouting some abuse, but nothing major. Then he would have got a third more, so he's pleaded guilty. This had the effect of crushing the right, of course.
Elliott, anything you've heard that you want to comment on? No, nothing from Elliott. Stephen, do you think that people would overall be better off not consuming mainstream news media?
I used to think that. I think there's some value in it now if you're a discerning person. Otherwise, I think it leads you around by the nose very much. Certainly seeing what happened here. Lots of people led around by the nose, but I don't know, Luke. I don't know.
Okay, so
sorry, I was muted. Sorry, I was muted.
Okay, go ahead, Elliott.
Well, I didn't have much to say, but I just wanted to explain the technique. I think people would be much better by not consuming mainstream media. I think they need to pay a price, and they are paying a price. I think Sharp's attack has really discounted, has lost the media some esteem, and they're going to forever have to defend this. I'm thinking of Joe Scarborough when he appears on Two-Way. He gets roasted, as he should. There's now this understanding where are you saying things that are true, or are you just towing the company line? And it's been pointed out and made obvious to people that they're just towing the company line. And it's up to you to do your own diligence to figure out whether or not they're true. So I just rely on Twitter now to do the digging for me. That has its own dangers as well.
Right. Stephen, how much do you trust your own judgment and your own intuition to discern what's true as opposed to expertise?
I do probably overly rely upon my own judgment. It might be 50-50, Luke. I've come around to the idea of giving way to expertise. I think you've convinced me the value of some of this, but maybe it's 51% that I bias my own good judgment, even though I know I'm not the smartest guy in the room. A little bit biased.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
Now that you're both on the same call, Luke.
Yes.
How would you evaluate your experience with adderall in the past 6 months?
Oh yeah, let's talk about
So
this.
I would evaluate my experience that 90% of my self-defeating behavior seems to disappear under the influence of Adderall, and I'm much more high functioning emotionally, as far as productivity, as far as social interactions, as far as being at peace with myself. It's like I take a pill and I become a normal to higher functioning individual. It's been fantastic.
Wow. Okay. All right. Stephen, how does that strike you?
That sounds amazing. Amazing. So I do have some news. I've been to the doctors, and so I got a diagnosis when I was young. I went to the doctors 2 weeks ago. I posted this on Twitter. I wasn't hiding anything. I also removed my pinned post that said, the declared like my street edge, adherent. So that my canary, when that came, I was considering other things. So I went to the doctors and I spoke to them and I said, look, I think I'm interested in trying we can't get Adderall over here, so that'd be a no chance, but I'm interested in trying ADHD medication. And they said, I've got to go through the process again of getting re-diagnosed because I was a child when I was diagnosed and I've never done medication. So I've been referred to a psychiatrist, and due to the UK's national health, it could take like 2 years, but I did go and get the referral, Luke.
Wow. And you can't get it online in America. There are providers where you can just get an appointment online the next day. That's not available to you in the UK.
Whereas it's something like £1,000, but then you have to pay private for medication forever too. So
okay,
private prescription for medication can run into hundreds of dollars per month, versus I couldn't afford that if it was that, but that would be versus on the NHS here. Once I get prescribed, it would be roughly 10 English pounds, about $15 a month.
Right. So in the States, you can get an appointment effectively online for $100, and then your monthly fee for medication and for having a provider to talk to will be another $100 to $150 a month.
Yeah, well, this is because you in America, so in a private route, you actually have it cheaper than we would here, because we have a lack of private medicine. Therefore, we don't have a market for private medicine. So therefore, if we go private, the costs are much higher.
And it's the same in Australia. Someone close to me, it's very hard to get diagnosed through conventional medicine with adult ADHD. It will typically run you months. So someone close to me, it took her many months and about $5,000. She had to. Australia has a mixture of public and private, so it took her many months and several $1,000s to finally get diagnosed with adult ADHD.
Yeah. I believe the waiting list that I'm looking at here is at least 6 months. It could be 2 years, though, I'm told. So I've not even had the letter yet. So,
Luke, do you feel any physiological negative outcomes? Do you feel?
Adderall just wears off fairly dramatically. So unlike modafinil's smooth, and it usually will affect you for about 15 hours, but it's very understated in its effect. And when it fades out at the end of 15 hours, you don't really notice it. With Adderall, after 4 or 5 hours, you notice that you're no longer getting the benefits. So that's a clear distinction. But I don't notice any ill effect. There is another ADHD medication that I'm on that there's an increased waiting period between wanting to pee and being able to pee. I'm blanking on the name of that medication. So go ahead, Elliott.
Was that enlarged prostate or something?
No, it's a medical result. So
Yeah, but is that caused by the prostate inflating? I mean, anyway.
no, the medication doesn't enlarge your
Okay, but so when it wears off, is it feeling like, oh, I'm out of energy, or I'm out of mental energy, or what is?
Yeah, it doesn't feel great. I mean, but really what's happened is you've returned to normal. So it doesn't feel great. So I'll get the normal name for this medication, atomexetine. I'll find Strattera. That's the medication. So Adderall affects the productivity end of ADHD, and Strattera affects more the emotional component of ADHD, where you become extremely sensitive to rejection. But there are no, I don't experience any negative side effects aside from you get the withdrawal of the benefits of the medication after 4 or 5 hours.
So how many times do you just re-up at that point, or you just do one a day?
I currently do 2 a day. So it will depend somewhat on circumstance. So I usually take the first tablet of Adderall when I first get up in the morning, which will be anywhere from 4 to 6 a.m., because I do a lot of work on my computer those first few hours of the day. And then, depending on what's needed, I'll take my second dose anywhere between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. So if I'm doing a show at 5 p.m., I'll often wait until 2 p.m. to take the Adderall, so that I'll be able to get some of the benefits of the Adderall into my evening show. That'll also mean I'm not going to go to bed until about 10 p.m. If, on the other hand, I feel like I need to go to bed earlier, or I am in need of being at my best at 10 a.m., then I'll take my second dose at 10 a.m.
Okay. And
Luke, yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask Luke, did you try Strattera, the atomoxetine?
Yes, I'm also on Strattera. I'm on Adderall. I'm on Strattera.
Okay. Wow.
So Strattera deals more with the emotional component of ADHD, and Adderall deals more with the focus component of ADHD.
Do you know, Luke, were you diagnosed with the hyperactive component of ADHD or not?
Yes, I was.
Oh, interesting.
So, Luke, I've made a comment. I asked you once, like in chat, like if you feel like it's changed your sense of humor, or if you lost your sense of humor. Does it have sort of personality altering effects?
I would assume it does. So, for example, modafinil tends to make you less creative, but more thirsty for knowledge. And there may be some blunting of creative inspiration. For example, I have natural tendencies towards bipolar. I'm not bipolar, but I have some tendencies in that direction of cycling through elation and despair fairly frequently, which is a terrible way to go through life, but there are probably some creative benefits from it. So there may very well be some losses in creativity and humor from the medication. Maybe, I'm not sure.
Like people I know that are on, what are they called? No, the antidepressant. The
flattened affect.
The flattened affect. Yeah. That would scare me. Being around those people, I don't feel like I'm truly in the presence of another person. I feel like I'm sort of this hybrid creature, and they don't react and respond, and they don't seem to have a sense of humor in the way that I expect. And I find my interactions with people on those drugs, the reuptake inhibitors, what are they called?
SSRIs. Yeah.
People under the influence of those things, they seem just partly gone. I just have a very
right. Okay, I get that, but they are on those things for a reason. So, what percentage? And I'm going to answer the question first, and then invite your answer. So, what percentage of people on SSRIs would you say are benefiting? I would say somewhere overall between maybe 25 and 50%. And so I seriously think that SSRIs may very well do more damage than good for individuals, right? Every individual has a particular circumstance. but I got a lot of skepticism about the overall benefit of SSRIs. Elliott, your perspective.
I'm right there with you. If it's not lower, I think people feel bad because they're either thinking poorly, they're making bad decisions, their worldview is a little substandard. I think people feel depression, they feel sadness when they're not living right. And I think those feelings of sadness should be prompts to reevaluating your choices. I think interrupting that process may sort of, gloss over or paper over real problems that need to be addressed properly. So yeah, I'm with you. I think these are terrible drugs, and I think they enable a lot of flawed worldviews. And I think a big part of how our society is messed up is because we don't have people who actually have natural reactions. I think natural reactions are what it means to be human. They give you a sense of humor. I think a sense of humor is a strong indicator of mental health. And if so many people lack a sense of humor, they can't take a joke, they're easily offended. It really speaks to bad health and bad emotional health. So yes, I agree with you.
So there is a huge difference in outcomes between ADHD medication and depression medication. So ADHD medication seems to work for 95% of people and immediately. Depression medication seems to work for about 25% of people. So ADHD is the single most studied area of psychiatry and the single most successful area of psychiatry. There is a grand canyon of difference between the success that doctors and psychiatrists have had with medication for ADHD and the success that they've had for medication for anxiety and depression. There's very little in common in the success rates between ADHD and depression medication. Stephen, anything you wanted to add?
It was interesting when I had to fill out the form again for ADHD, which is it's effectively a self-reporting questionnaire, and it asks you over here. There's like 20 questions, and it's from less often to very often how these symptoms appear, and I am very often on almost every single one, except the only one that I really don't think I do is the hyperactive one. But thinking about it, I think you should. It's when what I was told is you should answer very often anyway, because like when you get focused on something, you can like get stuck on it. And so that is like a hyperactive thing. And also just impatience.
Yeah, the normal thing when diagnosing people with ADHD is that clinicians usually don't trust the individual who's seeking the diagnosis. They often put more weight on what people close to them say, because we often don't see ourselves accurately.
Yeah. Well, that's all recorded. I mean, one of the things here, you can't get medication unless you were diagnosed as a child. Or as an adult, if you go... So you don't have to be diagnosed, but you can, if you have to have noticed symptoms before the age of 12. When you go and say, so it has to have been present as a child and as an adult. Now, the thing here is, Luke, I cannot get access to Adderall no matter what. So it's going to be Ritalin if I go on medication, which I think the only difference is that Ritalin is you have to swallow it. So it can't be abused. You can't snort it, for instance. I think that's the only difference.
Yeah, there's not, as I understand, not a lot of difference. But Elliott, getting back to your point that natural is almost always better, I'm okay with that for, say, up to 90% of the population. But I do definitely think there is a part of the population that is better off without natural reactions, meaning the bipolar, those with ADHD. So I would, my guess, Elliott, would be 10% of the population is better off medicated and not having natural reactions. Would you say 1%, 0.1%? What's your estimate, Elliott, of the percentage of the population that is better off without natural unmedicated reactions?
Is better off without.
Yeah.
100%.
Wow.
I think.
So you don't think there's any place for psychiatric meds?
No place whatsoever. Yes, I think in a real society, in a real understanding, these psychiatric. Okay. The problem is we're trying to shoehorn. We've had hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, and we're trying to where we didn't work 9 to 5. We didn't go to factories. We had a lifestyle and rhythm when in a properly functioning society. Your biorhythms would sort of adapt to your circumstances in the natural world, or the semi-natural world. So we didn't, we didn't go off to an office, sit in a cube, in an airless cube, doing work we didn't want to do, or that was very abstract and unconnected to our survival. We live a very unnatural lifestyle. So it's very natural, in fact, that people react negatively to being shoehorned into a lifestyle that's just cuts across their nature. So, I know I use nature a lot, but it's an operating system. It's time tested. It's what works. So I found when I was sort of, some of my lazier times when I was only working like 4 hours a day, and I had time to just kind of chill out, do some exercise, and sort of my work-life balance was in check, was natural and balanced. I just felt great, and I didn't have any of these strange disorders and side effects that people have. So I've always tried to replicate that period in my life to the extent possible. And so we've lost touch with, so 100% I think can be cured simply by changing the lifestyle.
What about men who are into raping children? Would you like them to be chemically castrated, or would you oppose that?
Chemically castrated?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. What about you're walking down the street and you got raving homeless people who feel driven to murder or to rape or to stab you? Would you like them to be medically downgraded?
I think they need to be incarcerated in a low security context, and they need to be, separated and counseled to the extent possible.
Okay, so let's say you're working with them in one of those facilities. Would you prefer them to be medically downrated, or you think it's healthier to do battle with people who are intent on causing you physical harm?
Well, if they're intent on causing physical, they're violent criminals, and they need to be incarcerated at a higher level. So I'm talking about your
but
average.
But they're still interacting with people, right? If they're not medicated, they're going to murder a lot more people. So for me, it's obvious that they should be medicated.
So you're trying to prevent violence, or you're trying to...
I'm trying to reduce murder. I'm generally anti-murder. That's where I'm coming from. And the use of medication is quite useful in reducing murder rates among people who like to murder people.
I've got a scenario.
Okay, go ahead, Stephen.
What about the mother of your children, your wife of 15 years, who's suddenly getting premenstrual tension and hysterical, and would you rather her be medicated?
I would rather her be medicated. Yeah.
Yes.
Elliott, did you want to respond?
I'm not saying I'm not claiming to be able to solve all problems, right? 100% of all problems. So we widen the scope of the conversation to basically ADHD and depression, and then we have this new category that you were bringing up, which is...
psychotic. People who are psychotic. Dangerously psychotic. Dangerous to other people, not just themselves. Yeah. I would like dangerously psychotic people medicated.
Well, perhaps. I don't... Again, you fill somebody with chemicals, you don't address the underlying emotional imbalance, which may or may not be addressable,
Yeah.
So you want to sort of chemically neutralize them.
Yes.
It seems a little sadistic to me. It's not how I like to think.
Yeah, you'd rather that they felt free to murder people.
No, I said, so it's incarceration or some sort of separation from polite society.
But they still have to interact with people. So there's still a danger. They're going to kill a lot more guards. They're going to kill a lot more inmates if they're not effectively chemically toned down. To me, it's obvious. But Stephen, did you want to weigh in?
So listen to this. I think what Luke is trying to get at is Elliott definitely has some biases towards. Is it the naturalistic fallacy? Is that
Yeah,
what we call it?
yeah. If it's
Where-
natural, it's good in Elliott's point of view.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's what you were getting, and I think there's some there definitely, and I would be somewhere in the middle. Somewhere in the middle, yeah. But like I said, I've come around to the idea that medication could work, so I'm not necessarily opposed to it now.
Well, these antipsychotics, right? All they do is they just kind of immobilize.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would rather that would-be murderers were immobilized prior to committing murder, because I'm anti-murder.
Okay, but when these drugs roll off, they're
I
gonna
would
be
want
just-
them to be medicated again.
Okay. Isn't it the case that, people freak out and do these horrible mass killings? Is this a case where we thought the medication was working and suddenly we find out, no, the medication wasn't working, and, they are back to their old selves again, and then they let rip some awful atrocity. So, I don't think about this a lot. B, I think we're arguing about a very small edge case here rather than the larger center of the bell curve, which is what's the best
Hysterical
approach for most people. And I'm arguing that the natural approach is ultimately the best for it.
Yeah, we got that. You think the natural approach is overall the best approach. I think I've made strong arguments that some people some of the time need to be medicated. Even normal people under high stress, right? Regular people under high stress can make really terrible decisions, and they would be better off with the Valium or its equivalent, not on a regular basis. Right, benzos are highly addictive, but sometimes even normal people, they've got crippling headache, they're under extreme stress, which is driving them to engage in self-destructive and antisocial ways. Even regular people at times would be better off medicated. Stephen, did you want to add anything on this?
I was just looking up the statistic, and I think the ages at which women end up on antidepressants, more of them end up on antidepressants in a later life, so particularly around the age of 40. Like hysteria in women is something that is well known. I think 20% of women are on antidepressants around the age of 40. So, and I have known of a couple of cases. I remember friends who had mothers who they got to a certain age and they just went crazy. They anxiety attacks and things like that, and they used to take it out on the husband like crazy. And I remember one who suddenly got better, and I think that was through medication.
Someone very close to me was insane half the month. Would bounce me off the walls, was physically violent, was just insane, and got medicated and became a perfectly normal person.
Yeah, and there's definitely some there because we can see that it's roughly double the amount of women who are on antidepressants versus men, and we know therefore that it's definitely due to some women go through roller coasters of emotions due to the egg cycle once a month.
So, Luke, just in defense of my point a little bit here, just because I say I prefer natural solution doesn't mean I think you should do nothing, right? That's different. Sometimes the things that need to be done are people need to be separated from society, need to be exposed to nature, they need some counseling, they need the presence of wise counsel. They need to be taught how to regulate their emotions. And so, yes, it's in the in the near term, it may be an effective solution if your narrow goal is to prevent violence, right? But if your long-term goal is to restore somebody to proper health, we should be open to. I'm at least open to other approaches.
Yeah, I mean, it's hugely impractical. You're not going to be able to take psychotic people who have been stabbing people and bring them into nature and give them wise counsel. And I think the things that you're saying much of the time are simply impractical. They're way too expensive. And the resources that it would take to do the things that you said are
let's take my example. Let's take my example. Me wandering around the entrails of San Francisco, where every block is covered with lunatics, drugged out of their minds, staring into the sky, babbling, stinking. They're all drugged to the hills, be it prescription or non-prescription. So yes, they're docile. They're not committing any violence, but they know in no way approximate a healthy human being. So if we're really talking about a solution, I think is like, how do we create a critical mass of healthy human beings? And to me,
Wait. I just realized you must be open to chemical changing, though, Elliot, because you were open. In fact, you took mushrooms.
True.
Yeah, but Elliot thinks of those as natural.
Well, they are in fact natural. They are grown in the ground. And,
well, everything is when you get down to it.
well,
then,
yeah, all
you know,
drugs,
like all the
all
drugs.
pharmaceutical drugs. What they do is they
Yeah.
take the active ingredient from plants,
Yes.
and they,
Yeah.
you know,
so they're
they
all good
apply
then,
it to
yeah.
human problems. So the thing is, it's like in their natural state, or once something becomes highly refined and overly concentrated and taking away from its natural context, you get side effects, and these side effects are not predictable, and they often, lead to outcomes that require either additional drugs to counteract those side effects. Mushrooms are, they are a whole food, as it were. I'm not a mushroom advocate, though I found my experience on mushrooms to be incredibly pleasant.
And there are side effects to natural mushrooms as well. There are side effects to everything. There are side effects to coming on this show. But let's get Kip into the conversation. Kip, is there anything that you've heard that you want to comment on?
Yes, first of all, I'm honored. I feel like I'm among the greats like VAP or Moldbug or Thomas 77777.
Wow.
Appreciate the
That's high
opportunity.
praise, bro. That's high praise.
I was just going to say, we know a lot of this goes to the fact that there's no political will to throw the bums back in Bellevue the way they used to. And also, I just had a vision of what art would look like if the great artists who are always sad and cut their ear off and stuff like that, if they were on SSRIs, they would just be serving us up blobs for the past century or two. So thank God SSRIs are a new thing. And I was going to say, I think those things are probably 10 to 20 times overprescribed, because we know there's a handful of people that need those things because we don't want them committing the crimes that we know they would commit otherwise. But a lot of this might go back to around the turn of the century, when I noticed Walgreens and CVS bought the most prime real estate all over the city that I lived in, and the FDA had just approved direct to consumer marketing, and we started seeing the beginning of all those ask your doctor if such and such is right for you. So that's some comments I had. Also wanted to say that I tried to quit weed back in 2014. And, to try to get the good stuff, you kind of got to talk it up, right? You got to say that you got a problem, And the guy gave me SSRIs and Valium, and the Valium was awesome because that was the thing that weed did for me, was a great sleep aid. And the Valium was a nice alternative to that. But the SSRIs, I fell off my houseboat twice within about 3 weeks. And I didn't even reach the point where they say, give it a certain amount of time to get that stuff in your system, before you can make any kind of decision on it. I threw that shit in the garbage inside of 2 or 3 weeks. So I think those things are probably very much overprescribed, and they did have a flattening, just a dullness to life, kind of the way you see when Prozac first came out. Some of your friends might have been on Prozac, and all of a sudden there was a flattening in their personality. Those SSRIs are probably 5 times that worse. But I'm caught up. Again, glad to be here.
And Elliot, would you say that you're more wise about SSRIs than 99.99% of psychiatrists?
I think so. I have no incentive to prescribe SSRIs. Psychiatrists.
So on what basis are you wiser than people who have studied these issues for years?
Because I am a dispassionate observer. I have no financial interest in prescribing or not prescribing SSRIs.
And what's the empirical evidence that you're wiser than people who study these topics for years?
Because people like me, Luke.
So there's no empirical evidence.
There's no peer-reviewed evidence. There's sort of anecdotal evidence from my interaction with people who find my presence calming and soothing.
You've seen the way his smile lights up a room.
Yeah.
Luke, you have to admit there's a financial incentive, right? I know a guy who is a pharmaceutical salesman, right? He's a fucking salesman. He has no medical information. He has no medical training whatsoever. And his job was to take pharmaceuticals to doctors and encourage them to buy this medication and prescribe it so they'd buy it, right? And the doctor didn't know anything about it. So this salesman had to give him the medical information, right?
Yep.
And that's perverse incentive, right?
Right,
So
but
these
you have
decisions-
incentives too. You're
What am I
operating
saying?
under the incentive. This is your worldview. This is your hero system. And if you realize that it was wrong, it would be devastating to your sense of self.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not a peer-reviewed guy, bro. I just interact with the world as it faces me. So I had this, semi-girlfriend who was on SSRIs, and she decided she wanted to get off of them, and this was not my prompting. And she started taking half a pill, and then she went off one day, and then she got really sad because she realized that she couldn't feel happy without an SSRI, and she really wanted to be off them. And that's one story. Part two, I had this other friend who decided he was on Paxil, which is an SSRI, and he hated the way it made him feel. He tried to kick. He was up for 3 days when he was trying to kick. He couldn't sleep, and he eventually had to get back on. And to me, that just seems like such a radical intervention, and it sort of commits somebody to a life of being semi-poisoned, and I think it's terrible.
And what?
I have no
give
peer
me
review.
more. No, I didn't ask you for peer review. I asked you what's the empirical evidence that you have more wisdom on these topics.
Because I've made a point of managing my mental and physical health directly. The only time I went to the hospital was once when I broke my arm, and I was there for like 2 hours. I've been basically, apart from lung infections here and there, I've been fit as a fiddle, healthy as a horse. I've been generally emotionally balanced.
Right. So
that's
if
my
you had
empirical
children, would you want them to have all the joy and accomplishment that you have had, or would you wish for them to have something better?
And that would be a certainty because I'm that good.
So you'd be fine if your children went on to have the type of life that you've had.
Yeah, sure. Out of
Can I
jail.
add-
Yeah, go ahead, Kip.
Can I add in Elliott's defense? I lived at a yacht club for almost a decade, and doctors have boat payments, so that needs to go into the equation here. Am I right, Elliott?
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. So that they're overprescribed by a radical degree. I'm not saying it should be outlawed, but we have to take into account the role that financial incentives play, and human health is a secondary consideration at best.
So I would not want my children to have the life that I've had. I would want them to have a considerably better life, more socially well-adjusted life than I've had. How about you, Stephen? Would you wish for your children to have the life that you've led, or would you wish for something more?
Yeah, I think it's a natural instinct to want more for your children. You want them to, supersede you, to do better than you. And yeah, if my kid was ADHD, I'd probably get him medicated at a young age. Because personally for me, because now I've dropped out of competitive sports, I'm really concerned that I have nothing to keep me on the straight and narrow. So I just think I need to get fucking medicated and put in the zone. What? Go on, Elliott.
Bro, you got to take some tennis lessons. Start playing tennis on a regular basis. You'd get healthy. You'd have a nice.
I'm already healthy.
You'd have a nice social group. You'd have IRL socialization with people that hopefully that you grow to like, and you might meet a nice Sheila in the process. So sometimes these little adjustments is all. I think most people are suffering from inadequate IRL socialization. That's what I think is going on.
Well, how
I know
about
I'm
you?
not. I don't-
How
don't
about
need
you,
to do
Elliot?
tennis.
What about
Uh,
me?
You're suffering from inadequate in real life socialization.
I have plenty, but I have what I need every time I dip my toe into the waters of IRL socialization. I get thrust into dealing with people who are not healthy. They're fundamentally maladapted.
And what does that say
end
about
up-
you? What does that say about you? That when you start trying to be social, the only people who want to be social with you are screwed up people.
People, because I exude this radiant, positive, generous energy, and people are drawn to it like flies on shit. So it's a testimony to my inherent health and mental emotional stability that I am that fruits are attracted to me. Fruit cake.
Stephen, what does it say that only antisocial people want to hang out with Elliot in real life?
I tell you what it says. It probably means he's actually a really easygoing. He's probably easier to take off him. Actually, probably an easy target. I'm guessing. What do you think about that?
I think that's accurate. I think I've got sucker written all over my face.
Yeah. Mug written on your forehead.
I've gotten mugged twice, by the way.
Mugs are nice people, though. Except this is the problem. Mugs are genuinely nice people. I'd love to like have a full friendship group of suckers and mugs. So that's a credit to you, Elliot. But
what's a mug?
Watch
I've
your
never heard
back.
that term.
A mug is
That's
someone who
it.
commits mugging.
No, a mug.
Mug is your
Somebody
face.
who's easily taken for a ride. A sucker. One born every day. That type of thing.
Elliot likes tennis, and I like tennis too, and I'm glad he didn't mention pickleball. So I'm a fan of Elliot today, for sure.
So yeah, but Stephen, tennis is also competitive like fighting. So it's like fighting without any of the physical risk of being hurt. And I think you'd really take to it, and you'd find it to be a great workout and really satisfying. And,
What about for you, Elliot? What role has tennis played in your life?
it was my primary form of socialization up until I got too old. It took me 3 days to recover from a match. I had to stop because I
Tennis elbow.
And when was that?
This is 5 years ago. I would play tennis 4 or 5 times a week. And that was a lot of tennis, right? Then I had to cut it down to 2 or 3, and then once, because a serious tennis match I would be so sore the next day, and the following day I just had to stop. But there was competitive tennis, there was social tennis. It was just a great time in life to have that in my life. And I can't imagine anybody would not want that, because it was just universally positive, and there was almost no drawbacks.
And who did you play with?
Problem.
Well, there was.
You need a partner.
I had a group of competitive opponents, and then there was Friday night tennis, which I would go to every Friday night, which was kind of mixed doubles, playing drinks and hors d'oeuvres and things like that. It was chill, it was more social than tennis, but it was still tennis. And the quality of people that you meet playing tennis are generally people you like to be. They're generally winners. They have jobs. They probably usually have educations and intelligent. They're just a good quality group of people. And so you have to, people with sports cars and people that they have boats and things. It was a nice, classy experience.
Stephen?
So tennis, you have to have a partner to do it with. So this is the problem of just going and getting started. Here's the thing. Maybe golf would be more my sort of thing. I could go and just... As an ADHD, I'm like a loner. So I want something that I can pursue without the need to rely on other people, I think. This is why I got into Muay Thai, because with Muay Thai, as opposed to grappling or BJJ or something like that, you don't need another physical human being with which to practice on. You just need a bag. You can go and kick the shit out of that bag alone. And so I need something like that.
So do they have public courts in the UK? Public tennis courts?
Yes, they do. A lot of them are in disuse though around me, because I'm in a quite a deprived area. So they'll like have maybe half a net left or something like that, or they'll have all weeds growing up through the courts. They'll tend to be at the side of public parks, things like that. You also have to remember here in the UK, the weather is only suitable to do outdoor things like this about 4 months of the year.
I forgot about that. That is one of the gifts of San Francisco.
Kip, would you want your children to have the same quality of life that you enjoy, or would you want something more for them?
I guess you'd have to define that more specifically. I wish, you can't do this, but I wish I had a time machine and they could grow up maybe, in the 1980s, in the 70s, before smartphones. I know you can't do that. Going back to tennis, though, I love tennis. When I think of tennis, I think of being the only freshman on a junior and senior dominated tennis team, and they would make me pump the gas and do all the things that they didn't want to do. So it's neat. It was a way to get socially introduced to people. So I like tennis. What Stephen was saying, though, I think I enjoyed what he talked about with punching a bag or whatever. You could do that with tennis too. You can go get a wall. Sometimes they have nets painted on the wall or whatever. So being a loner by nature, people are, I hate to say this, but most people are overrated. So I don't know. I found myself a lot of time being a loner like him as well.
And Kip, what sort of punishment would you like for, say, people who post online that a certain building should be blown up with people inside?
Just post it?
Yep.
Like they wish that would happen, or they're given like specific directives?
They say, I wish that this particular building should be blown up with people inside.
I mean, everybody's got a Christmas list, so I don't know. I guess that gets to a First Amendment thing. I will say what you were talking about.
No, it doesn't. There's no First Amendment freedom to propose specific acts of violence.
I guess you're right. That goes back to a yelling fire in a crowded building. But that two-tier, you were talking earlier about stuff like that, and it got me thinking about the way Antifa and BLM were glorified, and the Proud Boys were thrown under the bus, and Derek Chauvin was thrown under the bus. But the person who shot Ashley Babbitt in the face, that cop, was never heard from. Never. I don't even know if he was ever questioned.
Yeah,
So,
he was questioned. He gave an interview. He was heard from. But I mean, I'm fine with what he did based on what I know. Stephen, did you want to say something?
Just on what Kip said about the Black Lives Matter thing, it's interesting. We also had Black Lives Matter riots here in the UK on a minimal scale. But nobody was prosecuted over those. They even had to put Winston Churchill statue in London inside a box because of what was going on, and nobody was prosecuted. That was like a decision from the top. We can't try these people. We have to listen to them. They have real grievances, all this kind of thing. There's systemic things wrong with society. Let's get on our knees and seek understanding. Whoa, look at them. Maybe they were too rash, too eager to post online. All these kinds of stuff. But I'm gonna have to run, Luke. So it's been good
Stephen.
Talking to you all, Kip, Elliott. Thanks.
All right,
Okay.
take care, Stephen.
Take care. Kip, what level of oppression do you feel like you live under as a white man in America, with 10 being concentration camp level oppression and 1 being very minor level of oppression? How would you rate on a 0 to 10 the amount of oppression you feel you face as a white man in the United States today?
Well, it's unfortunate because I felt 0, but now I feel the creep. So I don't know. You want to put a 2 or a 3 on that, but because I told you since 2007, I exited society. I exited the culture. I saw it as being garbage. So they really don't have as much as they can take from me the way they took it from Roseanne Barr or Louis C.K. or whatever when they want to make a flavor of the week out of them. So that creep is there. In fact, I've told you before, my favorite comedian of all time, Patrice O'Neill, he used to talk about that creep in the early 2000s. So it's been coming on since I would say the 90s, but it was called political correctness back then. So I would call it a 2. But if I had a job working at the city or something, if I needed to go earn a living, it'd probably be a 5. How's that? What do you think about that, Elliott?
A 5 back then?
No, his question was a 5 right now as a city worker. Okay,
I'm
Elliott,
sorry.
you're flicking around. You're not here. So, any final words, Elliott?
Yeah, I do have to run. Kip, I'll re-listen. I'll try to understand.
Okay, talk to you later, Elliott. Okay, all right. Okay. Kip, yeah, no, that makes sense. In certain situations, you're going to feel much more oppression than other circumstances. So,
I have an ace in the hole. That's what I'm telling you. I'm lucky in that regard. So. You keep asking about the next generation, and I don't know. I've for the last 5 years, I've been telling my old man, thank God that I have daughters, but at the same time, he has grandsons. You get what I'm saying? So sometimes we're talking about a bigger spectrum, but me having daughters, and my daughters are half Korean, so they're not even all the way white.
And how does that make you feel, having half Korean children who presumably don't look much like you?
It feels like I let my race down, Luke. You know what I mean? But
yep.
I don't think in such terms as like that. So
right.
we mentioned Thomas 7777 earlier. He would be frowning at me right now. You know that, don't you?
I don't really follow Thomas 777. But...
Well, I'm just saying to some people, those kind of things like matter a lot. It's just, to me, it doesn't matter so much. If it's love conquers all, you get what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah, it's certainly not a socially acceptable thing to say out loud in most urban parts of the United States.
Right. One thing I hate that those guys jumped off. I hope I didn't run them off, but
you didn't.
I was going to get your and their opinion on that gray streak in Tulsi Gabbard's hair. You got an opinion on it?
I think women should color their hair rather than go gray. I mean, I haven't seen Tulsi's exact example, but in my experience, women look better not going gray.
Yeah, I mean, even for guys, I see that. I saw that with my friends in their late 40s and early 50s, they started wanting to show off those gray chins,
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I don't know about that. I mean, you might want to keep that a little trim. So my dad did that. He was a Grecian formula guy, but in Tulsi Gabbard's case specifically, she's a fine looking woman,
Yes.
I think she could, maybe she thinks it makes her look smart or more distinguished or whatever. But, there is such a thing as a distinguished gentleman, but there's no female alternative to a distinguished gentleman. You know what I mean? Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah,
there's no such thing.
There is, there are women who have such grace and dignity and even expertise that the gray hair does become them. But I would say in the overwhelming number of cases, women are better off not going gray. And I don't think it matters as much for men because their looks don't matter as much.
Yeah, I'm gonna veer a little bit, but you ever noticed how most gay guys are smarter than average? Have you ever noticed that?
Yes.
Because one thing when I was becoming a mystic and getting information from God knows where beyond, there's a rational side to a person, and then there's also like an intuition side of things. And I don't know, maybe because they're more in tune to like their female side or whatever. They never were bashful about that. They sort of embraced it or whatever. maybe it gives them a leg up. But I think about that and the fact that in Hermetic thought, there's a Hermes Trismegistus, and a lot of that stuff. When you think about the names, hermaphrodite, half man, half woman. If you ever hear all those old psychoanalysts and all them Jungian type people, that's what they say is when the Grim Reaper comes, they hope that they can be like half man, half woman, as if that's the ultimate state of humanity. Let me get your thoughts on that if you have any.
Well, I think overwhelmingly, Peter, men are better off with a masculine identity, and women are better off with a feminine identity. I think virtually no one is better off with a hermaphroditic identity. And I think that particularly for men, there is a gay lifestyle, right? The average number of sexual partners for gay men in the United States is over 100. And so I think that kind of life is self-destructive and antisocial. Doesn't mean that there aren't other areas of life where they have disproportionate contributions, but I don't think living the gay lifestyle, I know that's socially unacceptable to say, I don't think that living the gay lifestyle is good for most gay people. Gay men in particular.
Yeah, and getting a little personal with you, I know you don't mind talking about yourself, but the fact that you're a teetotaler, I've thought about my own life and how much alcohol affected either me or the gal that I was with or whatever. And I just wondered, not having that liquid courage, not having that social lubricant, not having, being considered weird if you're the one that's not partaking. You never, before the Adderall, you never really lost your inhibitions, right? You never got caught up in the moment because you weren't on spirits or anything, right?
Well, I never got caught up in the moment from alcohol. I got caught up in the moment from my own natural emotions or the situation flowing through me. But I've never been a drinker. I deliberately had some alcohol when I graduated from high school. I went to a party where there was drinking for the first time. I forced myself to drink. I hated beer. I had a wine cooler. I got a little buzzed, and I made out with this Asian girl who I graduated with. And so that was kind of cool. But that's the only time I've deliberately imbibed alcohol to get a buzz sensation.
But did you notice how you kind of were able to get lost in the moment there? You know what I mean?
Now, I was so anxious and ill at ease with the whole thing that even though I may have gotten a little buzz on it, I was probably more anxious than normal.
Oh, okay. I got you. So you're saying there was a level of anxiety there.
Yes.
That probably kept you from getting lost in the moment altogether.
Yeah.
I understand that. I was gonna mention a couple other things that I'd heard you talk in the past about, like 12 rules for life or something. And you were talking to somebody about that. Maybe it was Colin Liddell. I'm not sure. But I remember a guy saying one time that if you subscribe to a dogma, any dogma, no matter how benign it may appear, you'll never be free. And that was an author. I can't even remember what his name was, but that stuck with me. Would you agree with that? Again, he said, if you subscribe to a dogma, any dogma, no matter how benign it may appear, you'll never truly be a free man. What do you think about that?
If what he's saying is true, then what he is prescribing is a dogma that one should never subscribe to any dogma. That itself is a dogma. So he said something that was self-contradictory, at least seemingly so. I don't believe it's true. But I don't hold freedom as necessarily the highest value. I think any good person is a slave. You're a slave to your responsibilities. You're a slave to an elevated system of behavior. You're a slave to taking care of your family, to contributing to your community, to living up to a certain moral code.
Right. I take it to mean, he didn't expand on that. He was talking about a specific person, Robert Anton Wilson. But what I take it to mean is that maybe religion, on the other hand, right, which is a dogma, can be a way for those who haven't been able to experience something. It provides them that scaffolding to get somewhere. But that religion in its makeup is going to be a limiting. It's going to tell them do this and don't do that. You get what I'm saying? So I think that's more what he was saying.
Well, I don't think we're even capable of living without a dogma. So even the most secular university professors have a particular dogma, right? They have a hero system that might revolve around science or the beauties of expanding knowledge in a particular area. Everybody's got a hero system. It's an absolute necessity, and every hero system is a type of dogma. Now, religion must have a component of interactions with a supernatural being or beings. So I don't believe, for example, that Marxism is a religion or wokeism is a religion. So I believe that people are capable of living without a religion, but people are incapable of living without a hero system. Everybody has to have a way of looking at the world that enables them to feel significant. And so every hero system contains many elements of dogma. They may be entirely secular, but they are still dogma because people live in a way that enables them to think that they have great significance. And even if their own life they're not able to accomplish much, at least they are part of a group that transcends themselves. And so whether that group is scientists or socialists or capitalists or people who are devoted to botany, everyone has to feel superior and significant. And for most people, that will only come through some kind of group identification, which always has a hero system, which is always composed of dogma.
Right. I know you have spoken in the past, like about getting people's opinion on porn.
Yeah.
And I am probably more against porn than the SSRIs because I believe more in like right thoughts lead to right actions, and that maybe porn probably keeps you in that animal level of thinking. And you're really, you're that, you're an animal, I'm an animal, but you're only half that. You know what I mean? You got another half that is pure intelligence to you. And that's really why I think you don't hear a lot of people turn into a contemplative life at 28. It's something that happens at 38, or 39 or 42 or something like that. So I think porn is just a lot more destructive than people will give it credit for, because I could still remember maybe Ginger Lynn or somebody named Seika, and that was probably me sneaking into some old porns for my dad from the 1980s or whatever. And to me, those images, they're still there. It's been 40 years plus. Those images are still there in the same way that one time I saw somebody die, beside me, and that's still there. And so I don't know, just that stuff gets stored away. And I think it probably has a way of devaluing people's real life interactions,
Right.
I don't know. It just seems destructive on like 100 different levels. What's been the general consensus? Because you've asked this question to a lot of people over the years.
Yeah, I think it's usually bad for people, but a significant proportion of the population is never going to get to have sex, or at least enters a stage of their life where that's not a possibility unless they purchase it. So it is, for some people, perhaps they might be better off looking at porn than patronizing a prostitute.
Okay. I guess there's a I guess that's, I know they're out there. You know what I mean? I know every once in a while I'd run across a guy that you would go, hey, nobody's ever going to sleep with him, and you kind of hope that everybody finds somebody maybe on the opposite side. There's their counterpart, but you're saying that doesn't always happen. And that's why we have prostitutes and porn. But again, that's probably like the SSRIs. It's being 20 times overused, because there's no, there's nothing. It's almost as if the whole culture is promoting it. You know what I mean? I don't know how it is. Is it still a situation with a few keystrokes? Somebody can just get right into porn, or do they have to go subscribe to something and give a credit card? What's the situation like in 2024, Luke, in the world of
You
porn?
can get pretty much unlimited free porn. So you've never had a problem with pornography? It's never played a destructive role in your life, even though you had moral clarity?
No, I think it would destroy your real life creativity. You know, even your like sexual creativity. I think you'd probably just want to recreate some of those god awful scenarios that made an impression. You may not even consciously know why you're trying to put her in that pretzel-like position or whatever, but it's probably something you saw, you know. So I guess I'm different. I'm different in that regard. But
wait, my question was, did you have a problem with porn? Did it play a destructive role in your life?
No, I think my most destructive role in my young life was I wanted sex, but I was too overweight to get it until I got into the Marines, and they got me down to a fighting weight, and then I just made up for lost time. So I had plenty of at Booker T. Washington, we would call it verbal rapability. I had plenty of ability to try to talk to the girls, but they didn't want anything to do with me. I would always get friend zoned back when I was overweight, you know, and that's a god awful place to be, because you're going through all the work, you know, and you're getting none of the benefits. So, gosh, that's a long time ago. But you had said something about it's better when people try to stay in their lane, you know, and try to instead of trying to talk about stuff they don't really know. So I hate the fact that I used to look at people like a mark, you know what I mean? And it wasn't anything that I would do consciously, but like I told you in the past, in the 5th grade, when
Okay, we suddenly lost audio there from Kip. So Kip, if you're able to come back in.
Of sacrificing something as opposed to the things they love talking about.
And you make an important point. You use the phrase letting off the hook. Is that what this is about? It's easier to talk about Russia than jobs, education, attainment, the opioid crisis. Is that what this is to some extent?
So, look, it's complex. On the one hand, I do think these people are very sincere. They sincerely believe that they are the compassionate ones, that they are on the right side of history, that they are the good guys.
Okay, got a question in the chat about the definition of religion. So the question is, you don't think, Luke, that deification of a person is a religion? So there are definitions of religion that say it must include interaction with a supernatural being or beings, or it's not a religion. And so by that definition, this is a religion, because if you make a person a supernatural being, then you're talking the realm of religion. But if there is no component of interacting with a supernatural being or beings, then you're outside the realm of religion. So I think it's a concrete and useful definition of religion.
On the other hand, every issue that they have chosen as a crusade is undoubtedly in their economic interests. And I believe that they would not have made such a mistake about what our problems are in America if the
Okay, let me get to some other highlights from Batya Ungar-Sargon.
Of course, because that was the profit motive at stake. That's what most people did. And that started to shift in a big way in the 60s and 70s, along with the Great Sorting. As Democrats started to become upwardly mobile, they started to talk amongst each other in this kind of more leftist language as a way of masking their abandonment of the working class. But it really took off with digital media, because with digital media, of course, you're measuring success not in terms of the broadest spectrum of readers, but in terms of the highest intensity of engagement, right? I mean, we all know this who produce content for the internet is you don't want just page views, you want comments.
Yeah, woke isn't a religion if your definition of religion means that there must be interactions with supernatural beings. So I don't find it useful to label woke a religion, but I understand there are other people who are going to use a different definition of religion and they find it useful to label woke a religion.
Comments, you want shares, you want engagement, right? That is the secret sauce. You want people to stay on page longer so you can mine their data and sell that to a third party, right? And because that's how you make your money, it's sort of obvious, like the most engaged readers are always going to be the most extreme. And so the New York Times and all these other
Right. If you want to succeed as a live streamer, you need to feed the needs of a particular audience, and you need to be predictable. So these incentives work against being intellectually honest, right? But those are the monetary and social incentives.
other places that were learning the tricks of the trade of digital media sort of started tacking far to the left, because that's where the wealthy readers were. They wanted to read about racism, right? Because it let them off the hook. It let them feel like they were morally superior to their like slightly.
Right, but it's not only the woke who need to feel morally superior. We all need to feel superior, right? It's just a basic human instinct, and it's going to be largely delusional, but we will subscribe to hero systems that enable us to feel superior.
Less leftist neighbors, you know, in their like wealthy neighborhoods. And New York Times really, really perfected this. They did this thing called Project Feels, where basically they
this was one of my favorite parts of the book so far, by the way.
It's so wild. They would ask, they took about 100,000 of their readers and started to ask them how certain articles made them feel. They would give them like a list of like, 10 emotions to rank them from. And like, obviously, like the more, angry they felt, the more angry that they felt about everything they were reading, the longer they would stay on the page. And then the more likely they were to click on an ad. Right. And so they understood that inherently, the way that you make money in digital media is by making people angry or making them feel extreme emotions. And then you monetize those emotions. That's what they did. They monetized the emotions of their readers. And so all they had to do was figure out what makes wealthy leftists with multiple degrees feel really angry. And every time you open the New York Times, like that's what's happening there. They're monetizing the rage of wealthy liberals.
Okay, let's get Kip
we're talking about bad news. How
the
woke.
show. Kip, what's going on?
Sorry, buddy. I had a technical difficulty there. Yep. Yeah, I'm just trying to give you an idea of the psychology of someone who doesn't really. You never plan to be any sort of racketeer or whatever. And on one hand, you feel bad about it. You know what I mean? But if you don't accommodate somebody's desires, somebody else will, and they're really going to take advantage of them. Does that make any sense to you?
Sure, but I'm forgetting the bigger point that you're making. So make it again.
The bigger point that I was making is the part of my life that I really hated before is the fact that I kind of treated people sort of like marks, and I don't think I was doing it on purpose. You know what I mean? But
we can never graduate from that completely. We will always have, as long as we're sentient, we'll always have selfish, transactional impulses.
Right. And I was just gonna try to in the spirit of staying in my lane, I was just going to try to maybe explain the three stages, maybe psychological stages of money, that every racketeer maybe has to go through before he says, I got to get out of this shit. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So maybe this would be useful for somebody, but there you are, Luke, you're a Buddha, or in your case, you're studying to be a rabbi, right? But the world, it revolves around this thing called cash, and you're running a little bit low of it. Maybe you're not out of it, but maybe in my case, maybe it got so bad to where I was pallbearing. That's an interesting type of job, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pallbearing, just to try to make grocery money or whatever, but basically just trying to preserve the money that you got. And then all of a sudden, maybe a little opportunity presents itself and you say, okay, and it could be anything, we'll just leave it in general, but you're saying, okay, I could better my situation, but there's that lie that you tell yourself. You tell yourself 25,000, once I'm 50,000 or 25,000 ahead, you'll go legit. You know what I mean? Luke, it just wants to be a podcaster and a rabbi. He doesn't want anything beyond that. But the world is kind of trying to squeeze him, and they're wanting these things called dollars. So you're having to like get out there and do it. Well, all of a sudden, you make that deal with yourself. I'm going to jump in and I'm going to jump out. And then there Luke goes. Starts off slow at first, but then Luke's got, now all of a sudden it becomes a blur. And maybe Luke's passing through 28,000 in his hands one month, and he's having to hand off 14,000 to keep the thing going. And then he gets 56,000 the next month, and he's having to give 28,000 of that off, and he's getting 66,000 the next month, and he's having to give 33 of that off, and he's getting 80,000 the next month, and he's having to handle 40 of that off. The next thing you know, Luke is a freaking fart in a whirlwind. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
This money thing that was so important, he was trying to get ahead of the thing. They have lost all, you have no perspective of cash anymore. They are just these little green rectangles that Luke has to separate the 50s from the 100s, from the 20s, from the 10s. And it's a machine. And then of course, Luke, he's going along and saying, on one hand, this is great. But on the other hand, he's already passed. I told myself at 50, I was gonna buy the professional podcasting stuff and do the thing the way I was, wanted to do it. But he's past 50, and he's made himself another promise at 100, and he's made himself another promise at 200 and 300 and 500. And it goes on, and it's lost all concept of reality, and time goes by. And the thing is, in this kind of thing, Luke, there's no such thing as girlfriends, boyfriends, nobody you can trust. Everybody is bad news. You know what I mean? So it's just you. And I saw you had like a golden retriever or something. It's just you and your golden retriever. And then every once in a while, you just get maybe you get a close call or something every once in a while, but where you have to say, well, what's it all about, Luke? What's it all about? And maybe Luke would call this something like cash therapy, where he just has a slow Sunday and he just pulls out just more money than anybody's ever seen. He just like sits in it and says, well, this is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. You're supposed to be crazy about this. You are supposed to be the happiest mofo in the whole world. But guess what? You're a Buddha. You get what I'm saying? It's just green squares to you, but they mean so much to everybody else. And then somewhere it was so important. In the very beginning, it was so important to just get like 1 or 2 steps ahead of the ball game, so you could veer off and do something legitimate. But now Luke he's reached situations where he's having to get in the car and go over and see Desmond, and like, hey Desmond, you mind holding $700,000 for me? Just rainy day. Just in case, Desmond. I've been losing sleep at night. I just like to go ahead and get some of this away from me, and Desmond don't know what to think. And you had already told yourself you were never going to mention any of this to Desmond. But good God, who can you trust? Who can you trust? You know what I mean? You get to such a small level. And then somewhere Luke probably finds himself. Now he's just, at this point, he's got gratitude for the people who let him get ahead of the game. You know what I mean? There's no more problems anymore, other than the fact that it's hard to sleep at night. You know what I mean? Because you got to make a veering off somewhere. But Luke's somewhere Luke gets an epiphany. It says, this has just got to be it. This is it. I've got to just exit stage left. You know what I mean? This has got to be it. And then and I don't know,
wait, so you introduced this by talking about the 3 stages of money. So could you briefly describe stage 1, stage 2, stage 3?
Stage one, I would say, Luke, is you're trying to get ahead. The world is trying to squeeze you. They're trying to take the last of your dollars. And you're realizing that pallbearing gigs and these other little gigs on the side, that you're going to have to go out and get a real job, or you're going to have to think like Nietzsche and say all things are baptized in a well of eternity and they lie beyond good and evil. And I've just got to go make something happen. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that's stage 1. And then what's stage 2?
And stage 2 is money has lost all. Money loses. Your money, it loses all sense of reality to it. You get what I'm saying? It just becomes something that you're having to account with, Luke. It becomes something that you're having to account with. And then all of a sudden you find yourself having money it's now a problem from a different thing. It's now a problem from a different level. It's become a damaging addiction. No, it's not an addiction. It's a physical thing that has to be dealt with, because if some 3-letter agency catches whiff of anything, they're gonna play a million questions with you. You get what I'm saying? So it becomes a problem on a far other end of the spectrum.
Yeah, your pursuit of a particular thing has gotten out of control so that it's damaging your life. It's a process addiction.
No. It's a thing is you've gotten the thing that everybody says is the best thing ever, that you've got a golden goose, a money tree, and you're going to go out and chop it down. You've got to chop it down. You've got to kill that goose. You've got
because you can't handle it, because it's become destructive.
No, because they throw people in jail for that stuff.
Well, if they throw you in jail, that means that you're doing something that's destructive. How could they be throwing you in jail if you're not doing anything that's dangerous for your well-being? You're engaged in a process that's become dangerous to your well-being. That's what you describe, but then you say no when I point out that you're engaged in a compulsion that is dangerous for you. What am I missing? Okay, we've lost Kip. Okay.
Media is undermining democracy, but you have a new book called Second Class: How the Elites Betrayed America's Working Men and Women. Now, what's interesting,
so humbling how hard they work and how little they want. And they're conservatives, by the way. That was the other thing that I found, this theme of unity. I mean, they agreed on like almost all cultural issues, almost all policy issues, whether they voted Democrat or Republican. Like there was so little daylight between, the gay certified nurse's aide working in Florida in a nursing home, and then the Trump voting, West Virginia Amazon truck driver. These women, agree on everything.
Okay, it's interesting that she could not get a publisher for that approach. But anyway, reflecting on what I understand as the 3 stages of money that Kip was articulating, and my understanding of it's completely contrary to Kip's, because what he was outlining to me sounded like the 3 stages of addiction. And you can be addicted to a substance or to a process. Making money is a process. So initially, the desire to make money is just one of many different desires that we have. We desire to drink water. We desire to eat food. We desire to be social. We also desire for solitary time. We desire to be entertained. We desire to be uplifted. Right? We have desires for sex, for companionship, to reproduce. Right? We have a whole host of desires. And so it struck me, stage 1 is the desire to make money is one of many desires that everybody has. Stage 2, it sounded to me as though the desire to make money had become maladaptive, right? You become worried that you'll be put in prison. So if you pursuing a desire, whether it's for a substance or a process, leaves you feeling like you're in danger of being put in prison, that in all likelihood means it started to separate you from your best judgment, from your best quality of life, from the other goals that you have in life. All right, if you are doing something that predisposes you to being arrested and imprisoned, that indicates to me that you have a desire that has gotten out of control, which is very usefully described as an addiction. And then stage 3, I don't quite remember it. Then you transcend all this desire, so you go back to stage 1, and it's all in appropriate order. So if you desire anything more than it is good for you, right, you've got a maladaptive desire. If you engage with a substance or a process against your own best interests, you have an addiction. So it doesn't matter if you're engaged in a process seeking money, or if you're engaged in a process seeking adulation, or you're engaged in a process seeking metrics, a number of likes, a number of views, if you're engaged in a process seeking some dopamine, all right, if you are pursuing sexual gratification, or you need to convert people to your religion or to your politics or to your way of thinking to feel good about yourself, if you're engaged in a process which is narrowing your possibilities in life, which is damaging your most important relationships, and the most important relationship you can have is with yourself. So if you are engaging in a process or a substance that reduces your ability to respect yourself, right, you're likely engaged in an addiction. And when you have a desire that turns into a compulsion that you start putting too much emphasis on, and you start engaging in it beyond your own benefit, right, then you're in an addiction, which means you will start using everyone around you to meet your own addictive needs. So if you're addicted to pornography, that is going to feed into your real life. So when you're going around throughout the day, you're going to be looking for erotic highlight reels that you can then feed back into your porn use, and that will affect the quality of your interactions with other people, not just of the opposite sex, but also with the same sex, in that you won't be fully present. You'll be much more likely to be anxious and irritable. So if you have any kind of addiction in your life, meaning if you're engaging in the pursuit of some desire above and beyond what's best for you, you will also inevitably start to use everyone that you interact with to fulfill your addictive needs, and you will damage them, and you will be damaging yourself because you will have significantly reduced your own reputation with yourself, because you are no longer in control. You are doing things that you don't want to do, things that you often realize are against your self-interest. You're in a negative, addictive, downward cycle. And until you get clean, until you stop engaging in this destructive, compulsive cycle of behavior, you're going to be consistently a menace to yourself and to other people. And perhaps the biggest damage that you will do is that healthy people will significantly reduce or cut off interactions with you. Someone who is healthy will not want to engage or keep in their life someone who is engaged in compulsive, destructive behavior. Okay, let's get Kip back in. Kip, what do you want to add?
Oh, I was just going to say that T-Mobile keeps screwing our connection up. But I was just going to say that third stage is the part where you have to kill that golden goose. And that's just, it's unfortunate, but it must be done. So, because remember, you were just studying Torah. You didn't want any of that to begin with. It was it was the world that required you to have dollars to go along to get along. So you went along and got along for and then you hit the exit ramp, and that was, that's just the third stage of that psychology with regard to a racketeer, and it's the hardest one. It's the one they can't do. And that's
you're talking about yourself. You're talking about your own life. You experienced these 3 stages.
Historically, yes. And so when I tell you that life, as a working man or whatever, just seems so far in the rearview mirror that I just don't know if I could pull it off anymore. It's basically because I thought I could just sit around and be a Buddha, you know what I mean? And life has basically got at least twice as expensive since that happened so many years ago.
Right, but the money is just an externalization of an inside psychological or spiritual problem. Other people are able to pursue economic ends without getting into a self-destructive cycle. You got into a destructive cycle because of things going on in your own soul. And if it's not money that's going to screw you up, it's going to be sex. Or if it's not sex, it's going to be alcohol. If it's not alcohol, it's going to be weed. All right. You
Right.
need something to make you feel okay. For a while, it was the pursuit of money. For a while, it was the pursuit of sex. Now it's the pursuit of marijuana or knowledge. But you have an internal problem that you've consistently been seeking external solutions, but you're now perhaps realizing there is no external solution to an internal problem.
No, and I never. There's a psychology of money itself, and to me, money never meant anything other than freedom and or security. I've always known you can't buy happiness with it, so I've never even tried. So
you've never had a problem with externalizing an internal problem here. So you were just fine with money. You always saw it accurately.
No, I didn't have I honestly, Luke, I probably didn't have enough money drive. Positions and employment and all that kind of stuff. It actually happened easy because you got to remember when I was working, before you had to submit applications online. I mean, you and I came up at a time where we could get decision makers belly to belly and try to build rapport with them and just get that job in person. I think those days are over now. I think everybody has to go through the internet, to get a position or at least get qualified to the point where you can get to see the HR lady. So I don't know. Whenever I was looking for jobs, that was not a problem. I told you the only thing I saw creeping in back when I was a working man was women into the roles. They weren't necessarily as good at the X's and O's, the execution of the job, but they had sex appeal, and they didn't really need to be more than about 2/3 or 70% as good as the guy, and they would hit their numbers every month. So we can't blame women. We can't blame women for that. They're just out trying to do their thing too.
And what about marijuana? When did it become something that you use daily?
I would say with me, probably in the mid 90s. Up until that point, I knew that alcohol was like the socially acceptable way to get your groove on, but I told you before, I wasn't really good at it. And then I went out and got a DUI and almost got a second DUI, but got that taken care of. So I just decided then and there that alcohol wasn't for me. And that was kind of weird because both my parents drank. So someone said, "Hey, have you ever tried smoking a joint?" And man, it was 100 times better than alcohol. But nothing's perfect. Like with anything, you build up a tolerance. So I don't know. I wish I could say that there was something else.
Yeah. If you weren't taking marijuana, what would you be confronted with? Like, what is it masking? What is it dulling?
Oh, with me, it's a sleep aid. It's for sure, and it makes like when I'm listening to music and whatnot, makes it all like feel better. Just makes everything feel good. I mean, it may be the same way you feel like on Adderall or whatever. I know when I was young that I was hyperactive as a kid, and I know as a teenager, I even had one of my friends say, my dad, he thinks you're on drugs. And I didn't do any drugs or anything. I said, why? He said, you're way too hyper. That same man ended up hiring me about, I don't know, 6 years later, after I got out of the Marines, to be his data processing director. He's no longer with us. But so I was hyper, but when you're used to it, it's just you. So I know you said that was a problem with you, but I'm one of those that I'm more of a teetotaler when it comes to medication. If I get sick, I want to take that flu medication or take that aspirin or whatever, and I want it to work, So I guess weed is the one thing that I do like, and I'm just not willing to use any other crutches,
And what would come up if you were off weed?
What would come up?
Yep.
When I go to sleep, it would take like 3 hours, 2 hours for my brain to stop spinning.
Yeah, what would your brain be spinning on?
Whatever. My earliest, there was always themes in my dreams as a kid. It was either flying or being rich or like math problems that go on all night. And then mom would shake me to wake me in the morning. And then right as I was going to pee in the morning, the math problem would just like dissolve right there in my head. And I'd be so mad at that woman. But I don't know, Luke. I mean, I've just had an active brain my whole life. And I had just learned to deal with it. And then with weed, not only did it get that brain to settle down a little bit, but it enhanced certain things like music. You know, it just enhanced certain things. So
so you're not aware. You're not aware of the part of your psyche that you want to shut off. Like you're not aware of what it is that you're running from.
No, you're saying. Well, I mean, I think that's why that's in your unconscious, because you're not aware of it. You get what I'm saying? Whatever it is, I guess I'm not aware of it. Like I've told you before, maybe it's not measuring up to the old man, you know, because he seemed to be so in tune with the machine age that we lived in. And like I live out here in the middle of nowhere, and I'm not a handyman. And, you know, I'm not that good with fixing my car, and I'm not that good with all that kind of stuff. When a lawnmower breaks down, I still call him, you know? So,
okay, I'm gonna venture what you're running from. You're running from a normal level of ability to have people in your life. And the only way that you can survive your lonely life is to dull it with marijuana.
I've never felt lonely. Remember, you asked me that one before. I told you in 1987 in Marines on my birthday, I felt lonely on one day. And I remember my ex one time said, I noticed a bad omen about you. And I said, what is it? She said, you do not mind being by yourself. She said something to the effect of, do you not understand that in prison, they use that as a punishment, people being by themselves? And she was saying that in the context of every Sunday, I would try to bribe her with $50 or $100 to like her and the kids to go to the mall and give me some time alone or whatever. And she thought that time alone was a cruel and unusual punishment. And I thought time alone was heaven. So I guess different strokes for different folks. You know what I mean, Luke? What do you think?
I think you're probably aware of what you don't want to confront and that you're dulling through marijuana, but I'm not going to push you to reveal it.
Right.
Was there anything else that you wanted to touch on today?
Not really. I appreciated you letting me chat with the other fellows there. I was just going to say, you know, you've got rabbis and stuff that you can maybe watch on YouTube and that kind of stuff. I wanted to. Have you ever heard of a fella named Manly Hall? He's no longer with us, but does that name ring a bell for you?
No.
You might want to check out some of his talks. He was basically a mystic. I guess you would call him a 33rd degree honorary Freemason as well. And, you know, I would say if you listen to some of his discussions, he would do them off the cuff, and they were televised, and he was in his 80s when he was giving a lot of these talks. And I think they're very useful. And I watched one last week called Love of Truth, and it was basically on the Consolation of Philosophy, the book by Boethius. And I think you would enjoy maybe that just as an introduction to Manly Hall if you get some time this week. But I think you might see him as a nice alternative to listening to a rabbi or whatever you guys do. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's all really all I said. All right.
Thanks.
Good talking with you, buddy.
Thanks, kid.
Bye.
Take care, bro. Okay. Bye-bye. Okay. Want to play a bit more here?
Everything, whether it's abortion, LGBTQ stuff, you know, I mean, it's so amazing. Immigration, welfare, everything, housing, like you name it. They would have this very similar view. The problem is like neither party was really speaking to them. And so, you know, they don't want welfare. They don't want redistribution. I will tell you, Kamala Harris coming out with this sort of economic platform designed specifically to speak to the cost of housing, the cost of groceries, the cost of retirement, the cost of childcare. This is the kind of stuff that people are really going to be listening.
Okay, what else have I got lined up? All right, this is from 2 years ago.
So as we've told you many times before, as soon as the economy crashed to the benefit of the big banks, the New York Times, Washington Post, et cetera, started throwing the word racist around with increasing volume. It was almost like they were working on behalf of the oligarchs to divide the rest of us against each other so we wouldn't notice that a small group was getting super, super rich. Almost nobody in journalism ever mentions this. Batya Ungar-Sargon is one of the few who does. She just went on CNN over the weekend. I feel a little guilty playing a clip from a rival network, but this is just too good to miss. Here's how it went.
The media's response to Youngkin's victory is literally the reason that he won, right? How did they respond?
There's 100 medias, 100 reactions. You're pretty overly generalizing, I think.
Let me get more specific for you, okay? Because I have to say, I have to admit, having watched CNN all week, there's been a lot of very, very, very good genuflection on this front. But what happened right after the election was you saw host after host after host on MSNBC saying, oh, this is a victory for white supremacy, right? White supremacy wins again. Racism wins again. When, the lieutenant governor that Youngkin won with will be the first black woman to hold that job. When Glenn Youngkin managed to flip majority black districts.
Batya Ungar-Sargon is the deputy opinion editor at Newsweek, also author of the new book, Bad News, How Woke Media is Undermining Democracy. She joins us tonight. Batya, thanks so much for coming on. Sorry to embarrass.
Question in the chat: to what extent does Tucker believe the things that he says on his show? I don't think there's a big discrepancy between what he believes and the things he says. I think that he is so closely aligned with where his audience is inclined that he believes in feeding his audience, and that just makes it easier for him to do what he does. And I think some of what he does is awesome, and some of what he does is stupid.
Embarrass you that clip. It was
oh my
just too
gosh,
amusing.
Tucker, thank you so much for having me.
Oh, of course.
Fair
So you say it's undermining democracy. What I think is interesting about your take on it is you take it to, I think, a deeper level. It's
leaked emails reveal that Tucker didn't believe the 2020 election was stolen. Correct, but he also didn't believe many of the Trump lies about the election. He said on his show that many of the cases against the validity of the election were false. So Tucker was not one of the main peddlers of the 2020 election was stolen thesis.
It's more than just annoying. There's a purpose to all this. What do you think the purpose is?
Well, I think you really nailed it in your opening, Tucker. You started out by saying that we have this deep class divide in America that separates the people who are really feeling, the inflation at the gas pump from the people who live in, coastal cities who maybe don't drive, maybe they take Ubers,
Yes.
maybe they take the subway. And the history of journalism in the 20th century in America is the history of a class of people moving from one of those classes to the other, right? Journalism used to be a working class trade, and throughout the 20th century, journalists became part of the American elites. And as they did so, they abandoned the working class of all races. And what we're seeing now with woke media.
Comment in the chat, Tucker is just an entertainer. He's not just an entertainer, all right? He has a more rabid following than Donald Trump does, right? This guy is significant, and he has the bravery to say some things about immigration that almost nobody in his field is willing to say.
Is just the latest stage of that abandonment.
I mean, I've seen it up close. I think you're exactly right. The composition of newsrooms is completely different. But that's a perversion of the core mission of journalism.
And even if you think he's lying or distorting or peddling conspiracy theories or absolute nonsense, he is often just incredibly compelling. He is a gifted communicator, right? There is a charisma and a joy about Tucker. Pretty much everyone who's met him and spent time with him likes him.
Always heard when I was 30 years ago when I started,
Yes. One philosopher described Tucker Carlson as a gifted demagogue. I think that's pretty accurate. Though, once again, I think much of what Tucker says is significant.
It's to afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted, to hold the powerful to account, you know what I mean? Be the eyes and ears of your readers and viewers. Like, it does seem like they're a Praetorian Guard for the billionaire class. I'm sorry to overstate it, but it feels that way.
Yeah, you really see a lot of class solidarity.
Yeah, Tucker's not much of a journalist, but being an important commentator does not depend upon how much of a journalist you are, right? He's a commentator and a communicator operating outside of journalism who is just incredibly compelling, entertaining, and sometimes important. Sometimes important in a good way, sometimes important in a bad way.
Right now among liberal elites, and I'm saying this as a lefty, Tucker. I'm coming at this from the left and feeling like, how did we abandon the working class, again, of all races? How did we become the side that comforts the comfortable and afflicts the afflicted?
So where does this go? I mean, we need a working media. We need a media people trust. It's an essential ingredient in democracy. I think everyone agrees with that. No one trusts the media anymore. So what's the next phase in this evolution, do you think?
Honestly, Tucker, I think that every American has to relearn the work of learning to respect people that we disagree with. You're seeing a huge consumer boycott of mainstream media, of corporate media. And I think
so there is a producer of reality shows that are incredibly compelling, Greg Whiteley. Makes a lot of them for Netflix, such as Last Chance University. And he did a recent show on the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. And he also has a show on Netflix where he follows wrestlers from the OVW, Ohio Wrestling League. And here's just an excerpt from this documentary series. And of course, it's taking a while to play.
98% of the talent, the wrestlers, if they weren't in the wrestling business, like they wouldn't fit in normal society. Like a lot of them would probably have been in jail or be homeless because their brains just don't work the way everybody else's does.
Wrestling is an adrenaline sport. There is nothing like 500, 1,000 fans hollering and screaming your name. Adrenaline is the worst drug. And when you come through that curtain, they don't make syringes big enough for the amount of adrenaline that comes through. Once you come off of it, you feel it. Once the beatings on your body stop, you feel it. It is an addicting drug.
This is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, mentally, physically. We were struggling, but like at least we were doing it together. I mean, I don't know how I would do that on my own, sleeping in my car by myself, and I know it's gonna be worth it.
Everybody's time will come, you know?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times you don't get opportunities like this. I mean, you gotta take advantage of it. I mean, OVW gave me an opportunity and I moved down over here. I do have two kids of my own who I miss a lot right now because sorry going, damn, I didn't want to do this, but it's going on 3 months already. I have not seen them. I mean, and it hurts. My son, who I love so much, is 15. He's playing high school football, and my little girl is just 8, who I miss so much because daddy's girl.
Wrestling was paying the bills, now it ain't.
Yeah, wrestling used to pay the bills, and now it don't.
Now I'm here with you.
Now he's here with me.
We love wrestling, man. To certain people, this is a hobby. I've been doing this shit for 18 years. It's my life. I don't know anything else other than wrestling.
In wrestling, we use the term shoot isn't real. So my real job, you know, my side hustle outside of wrestling would be making these meal preps and things for people.
So I have the bang bang chicken.
The ham and cheddar wrap, yogurt, yep,
Yes,
and the bang bang chicken.
All right, terrific
Selling
Netflix
my house
show.
is a little worrying because that really is my last safety net. You know, like so far I've had a bunch of
And there's an incredibly entertaining documentary series that just dropped on Netflix, Wyatt, Earp, and the Cowboy War, about the shootout at the OK Corral, its significance, and its aftermath. Incredibly compelling. Wyatt, Earp, and the Cowboy War just dropped on Netflix. This is important. Here, Tucker Carlson gives some context to the quote that got J.D. Vance into so much trouble, where he said that we're being led by childless cat ladies, right? J.D. Vance was essentially echoing Tucker Carlson's sentiments, all right? Tucker Carlson essentially egged him into saying something that is the type of conversation that dominates much of the dissident right, but is extremely off-putting to people outside of that group. So there are all sorts of conversations that go on within your in-group that, when heard by the wider world, sound terrible, right? There are all sorts of behaviors and customs and practices within your strongly identifying in-group that do not translate well to the wider world.
The loving people in his life have been women. And as just he hates IVF, even though he's on record as saying he's pro-IVF, he's against the ban. Like, all the stuff that they've been doing to him has been particularly nasty. So what do you think of it?
Well, I mean, the childless cat lady thing I felt bad about. I'm pretty sure, I haven't looked at the tape again, but I'm pretty sure I egged him on to say something like that. And I think it's a mean thing. I think I'm responsible for that. And I have a tendency to get way over my skis and get mean. And I regret that. You know, it's very ugly. And I'm ashamed of the many, many times when I've said nasty things like that. I feel sorry for childless people, whether they have cats or not.
That was important. Good for you, Tucker, for saying that. Right, 17 ugly psychological truths no one wants to admit. Adam Lane Smith talking to Chris Williamson.
I have found there are two different dating pools, and they don't flag or signal to each other at all. They have almost no crossover. They're not even aware of each other. There's the secure people who want that direct, human, authentic connection of we are together, we are talking, we're sharing this bond. They don't want stimulation because it feels weird. Too much stimulation up front feels weird to them. They understand that connection, so they want the right bonding experience. Then there's the insecure pool that everybody is trying to be interesting, and they're playing that anxious or that avoidant dance over here. Two different pools that never cross. So when you see guys, every woman out there expects you to be 8 feet tall and have an 18-inch dick, and you have to have 10 billion in the bank. And no, you don't. And you don't have to dance for her amusement and endlessly play games or have dread game or control her. That's only going to work on those insecure women over here. It's never going to work on secure women. They will get up and walk away. You're going to look confusing to them or disinterested, and they're going to track as confusing or disinterested for you. The two dating pools are segregated out completely according to this model. It is wild to see.
Yeah, and just to kind of round out the women having sex on a first date, thinking that it'll get a man to bond with her. Mm-hmm. I really, really don't think that many of the girls that listen to this show will think that. But if there is, or if you've got a friend that does think that, like, price is an indicator of quality. Mm-hmm. And for almost all of human history, there was a courting period that needed to occur, even if the courting period was passive because you lived in the same tribe.
I know a woman who had sex on the first date with the man who became her husband. In fact, with both men who eventually became her husbands.
Together, and she observed you.
Right, so she had kids, right? She had long-running marriages of about 10 years, but when it felt right, she went for it. But again, I don't believe either of these marriages lasted.
Being competent and reliable and trustworthy and bringing back a big wildebeest and helping out with the whatever, right? So there is a period of value justification from man to woman and also from woman to man. And if you shortcut that, the presumption from a lot of guys, and I can tell you this from first and second-hand experience, if a woman gives it up too easily, the assumption is, well, she'll do this to any man.
Correct. That's the first thing men think of. That was a great hamburger. Everyone is eating this hamburger. I'll come back when I'm hungry, but it's not the hamburger I'm going to settle for.
Okay, what's going on with Alex Jones, you might well ask.
Person, you look like a woman. Blair White's done nothing wrong. Your bones look like a woman. We're very blessed to have you as an amazing, beautiful, smart person. My genetics says this is a woman. You're an articulate, amazing person, a beautiful person. The way God works mysterious ways, it creates beautiful things. It just shows you how God works in mysterious ways. I know this in my heart. You're a good person. You love the children. You're the perfect spokesperson. This is what they probably should have done over at Bud Light. But inherently, at a spiritual level, I realize that God's working through you, and it's an amazing thing. Blair's a good.
Oh boy. Okay, what else we got here?
There's one other topic I wanted to talk to you about, but let me just quickly put a button.
Okay.
Do you have any plans to visit the border?
I'm here in Guatemala today. At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I mean, I don't understand the point that you're making. I'm not discounting the importance of the border.
Well, I mentioned it because even I know Republicans have certainly come at you on this, but Democratic Congressman Cuellar has a border district, has said to you and the president, come. You need to see this.
Listen, I care about what's happening at the border. I'm in Guatemala because my focus is dealing with the root causes of migration. There may be some who think that that is not important, but it is my firm belief that if we care about what's happening at the border, we better care about the root causes and address them. And so that's what I'm doing.
Greg, what do you got? So I'm going to start in a different way than I usually do. I'm going to give you a formula, and you can write these down, memorize these, whatever you want, come back to it and look at it. But I'm going to give you 6 steps for how she responds, and 6 steps, that's 5, but 6 steps for how she responds, and 6 steps for how Trump responds. Let's start off with Kamala here by saying she tries to chaff and evade, but words fail her. You see it all the time when she's talking. Then she'll smile and nod to get agreement, often saying something that has no substance, but is a ploy. We went to the border in this case. We'll see that she does that. And when she realizes she's losing, she gets kind of wooden in her movement, and you see her blink rate increase, and you can see fight or flight. Then she feigns misunderstanding. As she feigns misunderstanding, she then starts to get more nervous, and you see that laughter erupt, and that's a defensive mechanism that she's used over time. Then finally, for step 6, she moves into the gravity of the situation as something important, some holy cloth that she can put around her. So she's saying, look, I'm doing something important, like we saw Clinton do when he said, I got to go back and do the people's work. So that's 1, tries to chaff and redirect, but evades. 1, she tries to chaff and evade, but words fail her. 2, she smiles and nods to get agreement and says something without substance. 3, she realizes she's losing. We see wooden movement, fight or flight, and start to see that blink rate increase. 4, she feigns misunderstanding. Not every time, but often. 5, that laughter comes up, that explosive thing. And then 6, she moves on to something that makes her wrapped in holy cloth, take holy ground. If you follow that on every one of these videos you see her do, and she's doing that, it's because she's uncomfortable with the answer she has or she's poorly prepared. We'll see in a different video, she has a much different approach. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Well, the first thing, we see that head shake no, and then her classic pinch thing comes out, that upside down pinch. It's the same idea. She's trying to get specific, but Trump does it with his pinch like this. That's when he's being specific. So, and then she freezes like a statue right after that. I think she realizes what's happening there. She's getting ready to get boxed in because when he brings up the border, she knows she's never been. She was the border czar. There's an argument about that, but she was, because I looked it up, and she was assigned to be the border czar, and she'd never been to the border, and she knew that, so she knew this thing was, she needed to be careful in this arena, this guy, in this box he's setting up. So then she usually speaks in these really weird, whimsical phrases when she's lost or doesn't know what she's talking about, and she alights upon these things that are supposed to be profound, but it's things that make no sense. And so we see that a little bit in there. Not slamming her, I'm just telling you what happens. Then she says, we've been to the border. She says we've been to the border. She says border 7 times or 5 times within 7 seconds. Now that's tough to do, to pull that off and make that happen right. But she's over, again, it's the whimsical answer she has with the laugh. And I think the laugh is when she's really uncomfortable. I think that's when she lets that go, because it wastes time and it gives her a little bit of time to think. So I think that's what's happening there. And when he says, you've never been to the border, she answers and says, I've never been to Europe either. And that's when the laugh comes up. I don't know how it makes no sense to me, really, what she's talking about there. Then she says, I don't understand the point you're making, but I think she does understand, but he's stung her. And he's got her in the corner. He's got her boxed in, and she can't get out of it. There's no way out of that answer, no matter what you say. So she starts going to the reasons that people are migrating to the U.S. And she says, "I care about the border." And when she says that, she says, "I care about the border." When she does it, I can't even do it. She does this really weird bobblehead thing. Usually we're looking for someone giving confirmation nods. I care about the border. And the nod, if she's saying yes, it should happen on every word. But she's doing this, and their head's going to the side and up and down. So I think that lets us know she's insecure. She's not sure about the answer. So I think that's what's happening here. We're seeing her being her classic self on this. We're seeing the classic Kamala on this. Mark, what do you got?
When I used to Google my name, it was amazing the amount of sensitive
come
data
on,
that
man.
would come up. My address, phone number, and on the dark.
Stop that. Okay, let's go. Here we go.
And they try logic, you see the logic fall apart. We'll see it with Trump as well. So, you know, there's no bias here. It's like both of them are going to fail and succeed at stuff, and you're going to be able to see how they fail and how they succeed. So throws up her hands there. And you're right, Scott, I haven't been to Europe. That's what we call a false equivalence. The two things are not. So that's a piece of logical fallacy, false equivalence. If I say I haven't been to Europe, then that is equivalent to not being to the border. Well, of course, the two things are so far apart geographically, and they're not the same thing as well. Europe is not a border of anything, really. So it doesn't make any sense, is the sense that you'd get. But rhetorically, we call it, or in logic, we call it a false equivalence. So we know she's destabilized on a logic point of view here. However, she does manage to stabilize herself somewhat. I agree, Scott, there's that wobbly head, but she does do firm belief, and she goes to parallel at that point. So there is some balance brought back to her. She's thrown herself off balance. She does get more balance.
Yes, I do have YouTube Premium, but people who make videos can place a promotion within the video that I then have to skip past. So there aren't many body language channels I'd recommend, but I do like this one. It's called the Behavior Panel. Good YouTube channel. I play just a little bit here from Decoding the Gurus.
This is why, Chris, that the grifting, or what did we rename it? Excess profiteering.
Excessive profiteering.
Yeah. I mean, this is exactly why it's on the barometer, because it is such an excellent indicator of someone who's dodgy. You know, like, it's not like lots of people do that who aren't gurus, right? But the people that make out that they're you know, they're in there for the intellectual discourse, or they're in there because they have strong political views or some other reasons. They always do these shady things that I think betrays their real motivations, just like bloody Russell Brand or whoever.
Steve, yeah, I was complaining about this on Twitter and was saying, like, if you're doing a fawning long interview with Brett in 2024, you're either there's only, like, as I say, there's only two.
So there's a lot of conversation about grifting, but I like this definition: excessive profiteering.
Two possibilities. One is that you're a credulous idiot, like that, and that's possible, right? You're a credulous idiot. And the second is that you're a cynical, like, bastard, right? Like, you don't care, or you just know Brett Weinstein does numbers, and that's it. And the possibility, of course, is that both of those things can come together.
Possibility. I think the Venn diagram is pretty close.
So I think Stephen Bartlett is in the exact middle of that Venn diagram of a credulous idiot who also is only concerned with, like, I mean, we covered it, right? So the really interesting thing, Matt, is I found out that only 58% of people that watch these videos subscribe now. If we can get that up to 65%, just imagine what my income will look like with that.
Okay, good discussion there from Decoding the Gurus on what exactly constitutes grifting. All right, let me play a little bit more.
Yeah.
You mentioned Buddha nature. It breaks the internet.
Well, so
okay,
the only thing,
it sounds like it's coming back. Whereas you and I both know that you strip away, just like an onion, peel away all those layers. There's nothing there.
There's nothing there, but
nothing there.
The coldness of the universe. Like, there's just wasps laying eggs and larvae. So there is. But the problem, the thing was, when I was arguing with that guy, I ended up going back and reading some of Sam's earlier writing about, you know, that experience. And my God, there's just this thing of him saying, I had this experience, and then I completely understood the insights of Jesus and the Buddha. Like, you know, I got them. No more theoretical thing. Like, I completely understood what they were talking about, and I was like,
so sorry, Sam wrote that in some.
Sam wrote that.
Yeah,
He's like, yeah. I realized that I now completely understood Jesus.
This is the way in which Sam fits that secular guru prototype perfectly, because he doesn't fit it in many respects, right? But in that respect, which is that he takes what is fundamentally a religious, spiritual thing and packages it as science and philosophy. That's
why he gets into trouble. That's why he gets himself into trouble. And he doesn't do research. I am curious what will happen, because Destiny is apparently going to speak to Sam Harris next month. And like, they are similar in lots of ways, I think, but also in terms of level of preparation, they're almost diametrically opposed in terms of, like the level of depth that they go in whenever they're debating about a subject or whatever. Like Sam's concept of freedom is, I don't know about that, or I haven't looked into that, or, this kind of thing. But yeah, so I'm curious to see how that goes. It could either go, my anthropologist thing, but like I feel like you should have spent some time on those platforms, like, and I really get the impression he isn't, because the way he talks about them is just like, it's not I'm not,
He's discussing Jonathan Haidt here.
You and I, Matt, are now at the age where like the kids are doing their snappy chats and their TikTokers, and but Haidt feels like he's way beyond us, where he doesn't even understand, the kind of like what people are getting out of it. Like his version of what they're getting out of it is just evil. They're just, they're like being, yeah. So anyway, I listened to it and was like, oh, if we covered this, it would be bad for Haidt. But yeah, so that's a shame as well, because when he's being more reasonable, it's more reasonable. Yeah, it was very insightful. Matt, have you come across someone's output who generally like, but gives you guru vibes at times?
Not people that we've covered. Okay. Someone that I like, it gives off guru vibes. I can't think of anyone.
Yeah, there are times when I listen to people who I like in long form interviews, I notice them do something.
So in my experience, the most charismatic rabbis are the most dangerous ones that I want to keep some distance from.
Like that is like what we cover, right? And if we cover Turchin, for example, I'm reasonably fond of Peter Turchin as an academic, and just I think an interesting person. But when I listened to him be interviewed by Barry Weiss, for example, I was like, oh, there's a couple of things that cropped up which are like kind of just I think the natural inclination of people in some way when they start to get attention and asked for ideas about things, and like persecution complexes, my ideas have only been criticized because of how right I am, or this kind of thing. And I think people can do that. And then
what is their opinion on social media for kids? I think they recognize that 16 is probably the youngest that you should allow kids on social media, but they don't agree with Jonathan Haidt that smartphones are the cause of so much mental distress among teenagers.
That not be the main thing that they do. They just are a bit ego-driven.
Dip their toe in the water a little bit and withdraw again.
But
yeah,
it's kind of the problem is when they get when they get into the feedback loops with their audiences, that like starts to become a problem. There was probably once a time when Gad Saad, this might not be true, but I'd imagine it is true. There was a time when he was just a cringy academic making bad jokes in his seminars, and he wasn't the culture warrior Gad Saad, the greatest like repartee in the universe.
Yeah, I mean even James Lindsay, like he wasn't always like that.
Not like he is now. He was.
Yeah,
he was.
yeah. No, I'm thinking of a time before. Whatever. I mean, he probably might not have been a very nice person or very interesting, but he wasn't what he is now, right? The dynamic. It's like Cat Turd or any of these. It's like there's this weird thing now where people just say the most outrageous things that are entirely untrue and makes you sound like a complete idiot. But like that's the point. Act like a complete prick to show that you don't care or something. Like it's this weird meta irony thing. I don't get it. But
yeah, and actually, like James Lindsay is a good illustration because that.
Yeah, and you wouldn't do that, right? Just glory in acting like a jerk. Normally, if you were married with kids, had friends, community, right, the cost of just being gratuitously rude would be too high.
As somebody that's brain was completely broken by having any attention paid to them. That might not have necessarily been the internet that required that, right? It could also have just been.
So a lot of people are just fine until they get some success, and then they can't handle success, and they just go off the rails.
James Lindsay getting attention, right? Like from whatever that the would have broke his brain. But obviously Twitter did a number on him right? Like he has described it in detail.
Right. Jordan Peterson has just become so much worse since he's taken to posting regularly on Twitter.
On this podcast, like, you know, this loop and the audience capture and all that. He just doesn't realize that he's describing it, but he has done that. And he's just a caricature of himself and of a human. Like there's so many people.
Gad Saad, but sometimes it's like intentional, like clearly intentional, right? Like Gad Saad.
Oh yeah, no, but what I mean is like those platforms create like the incentive where yes. You are the internet's arsehole, but people are listening to the internet's arsehole. Like Elon Musk is probably the best example of it, right? Like the perfect encapsulation of it. But so in that sense, there is something to like Haidt or all these doom mongers about technology saying these things, you know, they create bad incentives and they have negative results. But the thing is, he's not talking about James Lindsay, right? Like this is in fact, as so far as he references James Lindsay, he would probably mostly focus on the grievance studies thing. And you're like, yeah, but what about James? Lindsay, like in that, So
that's like, it's not like there's nothing to Jonathan Haidt's concerns about technology. Like I did that interview that we shared on the Patreon and that with someone about talking about gamification and gaming and devices and the internet. And you know, there are those dopaminergic kind of incentive kind of things that leads to unhealthy behavior. And anyone who's used the internet, used social media, or played those casual games knows the kind of reward loops that get set up and how they're not always healthy. So there's nothing to it. There is something to it, but it's just the catastrophizing and taking it. You know, and it's like what you said, when it has that kind of angle to it, like it's like where they don't pay attention to broad parts of the problem, but they just pay attention to the specific parts of the problem that are kind of often connected to their political views and things like that. Like it's a much broader thing than just what Jonathan Haidt is focused on. It's partly through ignorance, like you said. Like he's an old man, so he doesn't actually use social media to do any of these things. So he doesn't really know. It's partly what he's imagining. So
this is that reminded me just whenever who was the person we covered recently, the one that was talking about setting up a community and all that, and who was the guru most recently? We did Gabor Mate, but then we did someone else. Who did we do?
Community. That rings a bell. Who was?
Oh, damn it. My brain is. We covered
the guy wanted to live forever.
Gabor Mate. Who was it? It was a short one. It was like a brief. God, I'm going to check it.
Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Brian Johnson.
It was
Brian Johnson, definitely not a vampire.
It was Brian Johnson.
Yep. Okay, conversation here between national conservatives at Human Events publication.
Harris has released one section of her supposed policy platform on the economy, and it went over like a lead balloon. And so now they've refused to talk about anything else. We actually have surrogates for the campaign going on cable news shows at the convention saying that it is a legitimate strategy for Kamala Harris to not release a policy platform because they trust that the media is going to tell voters what it is Kamala wants to do. And they don't want the Republicans to be able to pick apart their proposals ahead of the election. It's analogous to passing Obamacare so that you know what's in it instead of reading it before you actually vote for it. If you look at the breakdown of how many times the speakers have mentioned Trump versus things like economy, inflation, immigration, it's in the hundreds to the tens. So it's very bizarre. It's not like any political rally I've ever seen, as much as they've been talking about the future and their theme nights are about for the people and for the future and for America. The actual content has been anything but about that. It's been basically a redux of 2015 and 2016, where they believe that just casting Trump as the biggest villain to ever live in American history is the way to regain the White House. And maybe it is. I guess we'll see. But you all obviously are watching from home, I assume. So I'd love to hear y'all's perspectives about how it's been going so far.
Sure. This is another form of the cost that the Democrats are having to pay for substituting in a last-minute candidate. Like, we don't talk about that a lot, but there's a number of different costs they have to pay. Not having a coherent policy platform, everything being rushed, not thoroughly vetting their VP candidate, and the convention kind of being a mess. And it's not surprised that the convention is being a mess. 6 weeks ago, this convention was going to be for Joe Biden's reelection. All of a sudden, it's now for completely new candidate Kamala Harris, hope with theoretically a completely new message and a completely new policy platform. So they got to figure that all out in 6 weeks, whereas Republicans knew well in advance. You know, Trump was the presumptive nominee within two primaries. He knocked out everybody but Nikki Haley in Iowa, and then knocked out Nikki Haley in New Hampshire. So, the Republicans had plenty of time to prepare, and the Democrats, they got the benefit of the sugar high of the relief at Joe Biden being gone, but there's all these different costs they're going to have to pay for having to do everything last minute as a result of imposing Harris. And I think I'm not surprised that the decision has been made that they're effectively going to forgo a policy platform. They don't have the time to do it well at all. They don't have the time to, debate ideas thoroughly, to figure out what policies are the best ones to advocate for, to get everybody's reaction to them, to get buy-in from key stakeholders. I talked about this a little bit last week or the week before. And because they don't have this time, they throw out one policy idea and it dies. It's a terrible idea. And they're like, oh, well, we better not do that again. And you combine that with Kamala Harris, who is not good at speaking extemporaneously. She wants to be on a script. She wants to be on a teleprompter. She won't do a press conference. She won't do an interview. So you have basically it's a mismatch. You have a lead candidate who can't speak extemporaneously and a campaign that hasn't had time to prepare what she needs to say. So they're just all that's left is vibes. That's all they have going for them. And really the real experiment here is vibes going to be enough.
Well, and it's worth noting the platform itself basically read like Joe Biden's platform. The literal DNC platform was all about the Biden administration, not about Kamala Harris. And there's a question of, is it because they really are ill prepared, or do they just think that little of the voting public that they're fine running with what they were trotting out weeks back? They don't feel a need to update it. They don't feel a need to let you know what the agenda is. You have to donate to the candidate and vote for the candidate to find out what the candidate's positions and agenda are actually going to be? Or is it just that the candidate's immaterial and it's just, this is a regime apparatchik, this is a regime figurehead, and it's sort of immaterial who the figurehead is? I don't think that's the case, because Democrats typically have been about, the next vibrant, young, dynamic leader, so-called. But obviously that did change with Joe Biden as the quote-unquote transitional figure. I think if Democrat voters had any pride here, they would realize that the party treats them with such contempt, and obviously way beyond the party, treats the American people with total contempt, that the whole campaign is, let's not expose our candidate to the light of day. Let's have our flacks come out and say what maybe the platform looks like, and on and on. It's really, this is the attack on democracy, obviously, where you don't stand for anything. You're totally not transparent. There's no accountability whatsoever. Harris is running from Joe Biden on the one hand. On the other hand, he's embracing her, trying to during the speech. And maybe that knife in the back will ultimately hurt Kamala Harris. But it's a mess. It's a sham. It's a travesty to watch. It's wholly artificial. But the fact that it just might work might be an even more cataclysmic sort of commentary on where we stand today.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with the phrasing, like the regime versus Trump. I think that was always how this election was going to go, and it almost doesn't matter. People talk about, the fact that there is, and I agree with what Will said, that there's a certain amount of like sugar rush for just for replacing Joe Biden, because that was so transparently depressing. I think this race would have tightened up even if Joe Biden had stayed on the ticket, because what we saw is basically the media in chaos and the usual coordination of the regime, broadly speaking, fall apart because there was dissension within the top Democratic ranks. Right? It's like when the party party committee is divided and there are two factions within it. We saw some of that coordination fall apart, but now they're getting back on track, and I think we would have seen this race tighten up.
Okay, another final excerpt here from Tucker.
Conversation, but that's just factually true, and that's what we're seeing here. This is not political; it's religious.
Why do you think that in the past week, when the Democrats have controlled the airwaves and their ratings have been very good?
Oh, I already played that. So let me take the edge off. Okay, play little Fred Luskin to wrap up.
Graduate School of Business. Very similar stuff that I teach all over the place, which is like make peace with your life. And some of it's going to suck, and some of it's going to be terrific. And the task is to make peace. And it's interesting because, that's not talked about as much in the kind of happiness discussions, and more of the information on happiness can often be about what you can get and what you need and what you have to kind of not accumulate. But it's different from making peace. The best definition that I heard is happiness is wanting what you have. And I've never heard a better definition than that. I mean, think about that. happiness being an experience of right now. Like, happiness is not about the future. It's not a reinterpretation of the past. It's just now. And the only real happiness is in this moment, wanting what you have, who you are, where you are, what you're doing. It's like an advanced mindfulness practice. Right now, this moment. How much are you arguing? Or me, how much am I arguing with my life? And the stuff that you're arguing with is some of it, the stuff you haven't forgiven and let go of, that you drag with you, like a junk pile. Today's not okay because yesterday wasn't okay. That's a great strategy for well-being. You'd want to put that on a book title. Yesterday sucks, so we'll make sure we ruin today too. But what's so horrible about that, it would be bad enough if we used our wounds to just ruin our life. We use our wounds to ruin everybody's life. In fact, whole cultures blame other cultures for ruining their life. And then they try to ruin that culture's life. And whole families do that. And people get together in all sorts of tribes, and say, you ruined my yesterday, so I'm going to ruin your today. And maybe even I'll ruin you tomorrow for good measure. But that's not happiness. And I'm not sure it ever leads to happiness. I'm not sure it does. Imagine if it was simple, like happiness is wanting what you have. When I used to teach the happiness class at Stanford, which I did for a decade, it was very simple. I would say, happiness is wanting what you have, and stress is wanting anything else. And that makes it very tangible and easy to grasp. Like, okay, if I want this thing sitting here, I'm happy. If I don't want this thing sitting here, then I have a little bit of stress because it's not what I want. Now, you need some stress. You can't live a life of just acceptance everywhere. But if you frame it in a simple binary, happiness is wanting what I have, stress is wanting something else, what do I choose? Where do I put my emphasis? How much of my mental energy is created to change everything, to make things better or worse, to change all the people I'm with, change myself? Some needs to be. Especially if, like, you're a slob or something, you know what I mean? And people constantly tell you, Fred, you got to change. So it's not that change is not good, and it's not that wishing for an alternative reality is terrible. But you have to be careful around the happiness piece.
Okay, that will do it for